I'm on the wrong screen. Give me one moment. There we go. Sorry about that. I was recording last night. Also, Canadian Hobbit, welcome into the assemblage. How's it going? Wait, in green screen. Yeah, I was doing some batch recording last night, so I forgot to change it back. That's my bad. Pretend y'all didn't see that, okay? Better yet, let's pretend we're right in the game already. And let's pretend I have a shortcut to move my guy. You know, we're gonna be today's whole vibe for this stream is gonna be imagination, okay, guys? Let's pretend I actually know what I'm doing. I only have one suggestion for today. Yeah, what's up? What is Vine's suggestion? Rebuild the frantic chicken? I was actually thinking about that. Oh my god, the main menu is so loud. Can we stop that, please? Thank you. What are we feeling today? What are we feeling for music today? You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say Claire Obscure. But do we have any other options? We could do cassette. You know what? We haven't listened to cassette beasts in a while. Hey Cruiser, how's it going? Hey Syrup, Glow would be an idea. I was actually thinking of coming up with a new faction today, believe it or not. I was feeling particularly creative today. You know what, actually? Outer Wilds is kind of making its way into the lineup here for our usual music. But I think we'll start off with Zelda music today. Let's just quickly grab that. There we go. Is that too loud? That's a little bit too loud. Let's turn it down a little bit. There we go. Alright, that's what we call background music. Don't let the gluers win, build deep but good. Zelda is always a great option. So true. Good choice, Canadian. Also, love the username. Alright, so let's talk about today. So I have a few options I wanted to present to chat. Because what I wanted to build was, we have a Stone Age faction. I say Stone Age, more like a bit more of a primal faction that I was thinking of, where we kind of like use bone as a material. Because I haven't really got to play around with using bones and like, because we've done like a lot of plant organic factions with roadwalkers. I want to try doing one where we use like more fauna based organic factors, which would be really fun. Also, I forgot about the ads. That's my bad. I'm a little bit disheveled today, if you can't tell. But the other option we have is, I was thinking an Egypt faction would be fun, or a Nahuatl / Aztec faction. Rika could never. True. Yeah, you look a bit worse for wear today. You know what? You know what, Timer? That's really funny. But fuck you. Hey, Gremlin, how's it going? Our local stream failure. Look, this isn't a stream failure. This is a stream fail home, okay? Agreed. Okay, guys. Oh my god. Wait, oh, I need to move my camera back too, because it's in the recording position instead of the streaming position. There we go. Now I'm awake. Look at that. My eyes are back. French failure. Okay, guys. I didn't realize we were accepting a consensus. Anyway, do we want to run a poll, or do we just want to like take like a show of hands in chat? Because I'm thinking Aztec could be fun. I'm thinking like the more fauna one could be fun, but the fauna one I feel like will be harder to do. Does that make sense? And I'm totally not just stalling for time so I can sip my coffee. And of course, the other options we can always just keep on Deep Water Guard building, but like, I want a little bit of a change up. I want to try something new today. And that's why I'm thinking, like, I think the Olmec style could be really fun. I don't have a webcam. How will you see my hand? You know, actually, let's start with the Olmec style. So where is that Aztec ship I had saved? Aztec. There was a fan art, but there we go. So I'm thinking very like geometric squared off shapes. And then from there, I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. But the new sails, it will make it a lot easier at least. So let's get started on this. The streamer, I hardly know her. Oh, god damn it. Oh my god. In the meantime, I also got to figure out what I want to do for the second year anniversary. because we're rapidly approaching the 2nd year of streaming anniversary, and I'm not sure what to do with it. How did I get here? What do I do? All right, so we can start with the pyramid. I think having a step pyramid, not our real pyramid, but a step pyramid as our bridge could be an idea. Hey Maggie, how's it going? I also hardly know her. Hey Roar, new unused idea of timber-clad boats, trust. So timber-clad boats, yes, but how would we do them differently? Because like, I've already was talking with Bone about something about to say hi. Oh, Laura, it's good to see you. Hello. What are you doing, step pyramid? Oh my god. But yeah, so I was already talking with Bone about what's it called? Why am I blanking on the words right now? Let's use Onyx Wash colors for now. Then we'll switch to a different gray later. Why am I blanking on the word right now? Chat, why am I blanking on the word? The Korean turtle ships for Deepwater Garden. That's what I was talking about. Drinking rocks give you minerals that they were crushed and made into a smoothie? I'm not sure. Well, actually, probably, yeah, because you can crush salt and put it in the stuff. So, yeah, probably. They wouldn't necessarily be all good minerals, mind you. He's pulling his blanket. Oh my god. Wow, so it's good to see Lorelai, but not me. Maggie, I talked to you the other day. I haven't seen Lorelai in a few months. What you're building? We're not sure yet right now, Melzer. That's what we're talking about. You might want to opt for vitamins. Unfortunately, Hobbit, Gremlin is one of those people who insists that she eats uranium-235 anytime we play Factorio. Probably not beating the rocket eating allegations. You also eat rocks! I know how much salt you put in your food, Maggie. You also eat rocks. Drinking lava while sick sounds bad. Just drink lava. We do not recommend drinking lava here, guys. Or eating uranium-235, despite the fact that the caloric intake would actually be pretty good. Alright, let's... So, step pyramids weren't perfect squares. Probably start off with that. But, for the sake of consistency, I think we're going to have ours be a decently perfect square. You've been stalking me again? Gee. No, I just have a salt detector. I just know whenever people are putting salt in their food. Alright, 29. And then probably move in by 1. And then do this. This is more going to be a stream on where we just 3D model stuff and not necessarily develop the style, I think. Because I'm looking at this and going like, yeah, this isn't quite what I want. Maybe a free tall step pyramid would work better. I just want to see if like the shape is gonna work. Or I can think of U-255 would be absurd if it was if any of it was actually bioavailable. Chuckling bird makes a bit of stretch. Oh. Actually, like seriously, think of a stretch. My shoulder blades are killing me today. I don't know what I've done, but I did something to hurt them. Oh, like the uranium stones that used to put in the drinking water. Yeah. The wrestling coach gave us U-255 after we hit our cut. Goal was on meat day. Dirty bomb? Nah. Dirty bulk? Hell yeah. Yeah, so we definitely want the steps to be shorter. Actually, what if we had the bottom one before? Maybe we had the bottom one before and then do free going up? And then that way we can do some interesting patterns going into it as well. I mean, the radiotropic mushrooms are a thing. That is true. Hold on, is this a ship? Not yet. I'm just working on some of the top details first. That's why I said we're probably not going to end up with a style today, but I just want to see if we can get the free. Like this is going to be a free modeling stream more than an FTD style stream. And then if I happen to just like what I do, then we'll turn it into a style. Yeah, because I probably want like, let's say 5 levels. Also, technically, this should. You know what? No, okay, one second. We're gonna restart real quick. Because technically this should be wider than it is long. So let's start off with maybe 47. Okay, not 47. We don't need to be that silly. 31 by 27. Because I do want it to be slightly rectangular. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Alright, and then... Oh, proportions. Onyx Watch op. I read that as proportions, forgetting that Onyx Watch was a fin. Alright, there we go. Yeah, okay, that's looking a little bit better. And then obviously we'll put a central staircase afterwards going up to the top. So let's get about, let's say, a couple layers. I think it was Waffle who did a Nahuatl inspired faction for TPD last season, which I thought was pretty cool. I never got a chance to look at their ships though, because they never sent them in. Because they said like, oh, well, like I never finished anything. I was like, okay, send them in anyway. I want to see the style, and then they just never did. And I will call them out for that. Yeah, okay, that shaping's looking a lot more accurate. Two streams that grow in Chernobyl on the elephant's foot that eat the radiation. Yeah. It's so cool to me that name anything in the world and like there's some type of bacteria or fungus that eats it. It's so funny to me. All right, there we go. Yes, that's about 5 layers, and then we have the top bits. Go. There we go. All right. So that would be like considered the bridge of our ship. Now, obviously, whether or not we keep it as stone or if we swap to metal with a stone texture, I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. But like I said, I just want to get the idea in right now. Because keep in mind, historically, the Aztecs really only had canoes. They didn't have much else. So do keep that in mind while we build this. So we're trying to add Nahuatl themes to something that they really didn't do. I wish I was bacteria. What? What does that mean, Raven? Took too many antibiotics as a kid, now my body is free of bacteria, so I'm just the healthiest man in the world. It's me. I am bacteria. I hardly know. Oh no, not you too, Tiber. I had such high hopes. Oh no. Oh. Alright, so we have our little step pyramid here. Let's get the staircase in now. This is very swiftly becoming a Minecraft build stream now that I think about it. But actually, what if we just say, nah, this faction doesn't get any type of metal. It just gets stone and wood. It'd be interesting. So we need to find a okay, so the slopes are not consistent. I need like 1.5 for consistency, okay? No. Damn. How am I gonna get a consistent slope? I should have considered this when I was working in the building this. It's not having a consistent... Okay, I guess we're just building the ramp out then. Let's get the... We'll get the stairs in first then. Yeah, I was gonna say, you think I would have considered this, honestly. And you do see this with quite a few step pyramids where the stairs are offset from the rest, so I don't mind doing this. To just, you know, add some extra detail. And then that would be the ground floor. Yeah. Okay. God, I'll never financially recover. Good news, guys. I just finished actually a new craft relatively quick for land campaigns. Nice. Something you just brought up reminded me of a game I absolutely have to post in game suggestions. Which is it? Tell me about it, Carson. I require the chat engagement. Oh, actually, you guys are you guys are doing pretty good today. I am not able to keep up. Alright, so let's actually put you here, but with the right color, please. Thank you. There we go. And then pretty much every stair should have a beam that matches it. There we go. Because that way the stone slopes will be put over top of it. You know, it's actually this is kind of interesting for me. Like, I know like we're not really doing too much today, but it's nice being able to incorporate archaeology stuff into my builds right now. That's something I've really done before. Alright, so that's what the staircase would look like, and then we just... Nope. Down here. There we go. Now, that does feel like it comes out a little bit too much. But then again, the exaggerated proportions here isn't the worst one. Now that I'm looking at it. I think the Emperor's New Groove. See, that's the funny thing is because the Andes did have large monumental structures, but I don't think they had really... Did the Incans have step pyramids? I did a class on the Incans. I think I would remember. Yeah, they did. Okay, no, I was right. They did have pyramid. But they were terraced and shorter than a lot of the Mesoamerican ones. Also, why am I not surprised that the AI overview gets it wrong? Because they show Chichen Itza as one of the Incan pyramids. God, AI is so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Alright, hey, making the hydrate and the stretch. They had mountains? True, but they had their monumental architecture, because of where the location was, a lot shorter. And a lot of the Incan stuff you have to keep in mind is that Incan monumental architecture was set over multiple layers of terraces, which is so cool, because I would love to have it. Oh, you know what? That would actually be really fun to put into the faction. Imagine like a terraced gun platform. They just do pretty good. Found materials all run away before people wrote about it. What did I miss? Still, it's me hidden castle ages the Mayans and I in my 650 stone. If you think about it, you're doing the earlier version of Modern Billionaires Doomsday Bunkers. Actually, I'm doing the contemporary version of cathedrals. Because a lot of pyramids did have religious significance. Alright, what's this game suggestion Carson had but never posted? I will make fun of him for that. Okay. So, we come in here. Now, how would we add to this in an FTD way? Maybe instead of just having it as pure stone, we put glass in? Or, like, we put little windowed areas in? Almost as if the pyramid was converted into a ship bridge, instead of just being... How do we feel about that? How long did it take you to finish one project? Like, what's the longest you spent on it? It depends on the project. Like, I have some projects that I'm still working on, like, for years at a time, because I just don't feel motivated. And then there's some, like the Selkie and Privateer, that I got done in one stream. It really depends on the motivation and if I have the vision in my mind. Bro has not finished his float crane for 15 years. That is actually true. That one is true. That's a deep cut. Surprised you remember about it, out of all of my builds. Is the other option too, now that I'm looking at this, we can also add trim to the side of the buildings here. Or various, like, art to the sides as well. There's so much different stuff we can do with this build. Also, I'm going to change this, because I actually don't like that this is one up where it's supposed to be. Let's actually take this back down. And then we just have to sink the stairs in, I think. It feels like it juts out too much right now. But then again, having it follow the stairs, I don't know if I like that better, honestly. Feels like it has a little bit less detail, you know what I mean? Yeah, I feel like I want the opposite. But maybe we just take it out off of up here. So let's just do this. I will be indecisive with this until I figure it out. Just what we do here. I do something like this instead. Ah, I finally ran into issues, damn. Alright. Oh, come on, game. What is this? Oh, it's actually us getting... literally wrapping in each time. Okay, I see. Okay, somehow that feels a little bit better, even though it's the exact same as what we did last time. First time I find it? Yeah, well, what was it called? The magic glittery wall for symmetry? Yes, the sparkles is the line of symmetry. So if I hit the N key, which is the hotkey, I can switch it to anywhere. I can even do top-down symmetry like that. So. Alrighty. Trying to imagine the rest of the complex right now. Because a lot of times when I do these architectural builds like this, where we develop a new style, I forget, but we also have to remember space for weapons. And, like, how would we do the weapons in something like this, right? That's, oh, you know what? Oh, I just figured out how to do the rangefinders. What if we do a Quetzalcoatl as a rangefinder? That could be really fun, actually. Ah, I see, yes, the Mayan counter-colonization fleet. Yes, historically accurate, as always. Of course, of course. Well, it's actually really funny, because, if you look at some of the Spanish conquests, there actually was, at Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital at the time, there was canoes that actually, sortied out to stop the Spaniards from, sailing into the city, because, for those of you that don't know, Tenochtitlan was located on Lake Mexico, back when Mexico City had a lake in it. And, holy shit, the pyramids. Copper-colored and copper tone. Metal-colored and copper tones, trust? Oh, absolutely. We're going to be doing, hey, Monster, how's it going? We're absolutely going to be having metal and, or copper and gold on this build. I think Onyx Watch Gray kind of works as a stone base, though. And I might swap it out to be a bit more of a tannish stone, more like not an andesite, but oh, what's the word I'm looking for? A quartzite. We'll see how it goes, though. Actually, what? Because I don't think the what stone were the pyramids built out of? What stone were the Aztec using? Actually, I'm curious now. Yeah, I don't care about the sunstone. Okay, yeah, I obviously they used obsidian for tools. I'm talking about buildings. Okay, they used basalt. That would actually make sense. All right, yeah, so we can look into basalt. Oh, and they used chert for tools. And let's go. Historically, they built with brick. This was only during Infdev. Oh my god. May I ask what is the context? We're just trying out a new style today, because I've had an idea for an Aztec boat for a little while, and I wanted to play it. Reddish gray with green copper. I don't know about green. Oh, you know what? Green copper. Oh, you know what? Oxidized copper would actually kind of go hard. Because what we could do is we can apply either copper color with an oxidization camo. Kind of like, you know how like Minecraft has like those half oxidized blocks? That could actually be really interesting palette wise. Let's see how that goes. Because what I'm thinking right now, I'm using Onyx Watch colors right now, obviously, but until we develop our own. But deciding like, how do we put this on a boat? Because the one in the example is a very cartoon stylized one, which I'm actually not against. Aside from the fact that it's a little bit too stereotypical of a cartoon. So like, I might swap out some components to make it a little bit better, right? But it's very bricky. It's also a sail ship, which let's set some ground rules. What time period is this faction? Let's get that established first. And also, are we going for like? Well, obviously we're going for fantasy. We're not. This definitely isn't alt history. But trying to find the game I was thinking of for Scribble's wish list was a mistake. Yeah, Scribble still has EU4 on her wish list. She does not update that. She does not curate it. I know she has it wish listed. Waxed, lightly weathered cut copper stairs. I don't know about the stairs. I think the stairs could still be stone. Or wood in this case. But time period wise right now, ground rules, but I'm here to kill monsters. Well, yeah, you can still kill monsters. Wait, I was thinking if depending on how we build these boats, because we could do a fantasy and have like some like, you know, Aztec mythology mixed in here. Like I do want to use the Quetzalcoatl as a symbol. I do want to use, there was another one which I'm forgetting its name right now. Yeah, the Feathered Serpent, which is the Quetzalcoatl. You have, what's it called? The one ground deity that I'm forgetting right now. Because Quetzalcoatl was the sky deity. Oh, what was the earphone? Hey, Emfrey. What are we doing? Building an Aztec style. What's the difficulty? That's also a great question. That's something we can discuss. What, like, if we're only using stone and wood, but actually, I guess we added metal via the copper and gold decoratively, I guess. Honestly, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I really haven't established any of the rules. With the new sound mechanics, we need a full-blown Viking faction in the Nether campaign. It won't be in the Nether campaign, but you can easily make a full-blown Viking faction. There's moving parts, you can make some sort of copper near a moving pin unoxidized because it keeps getting scraped if you feel in fantasy. Yeah, that would make sense. Like a polished copper color would be pretty fun. So keep in mind, I think we're gonna do this as a single build. I don't think we're gonna do this as a faction. Tlahuitl? You know what? Maybe. I'd have to look into it. So the thing is, I never really studied Mesoamerica. I studied a lot of the Inca, because my partner at the time wanted to eventually move to Peru, because she was really into the Inca, and I was like, okay, well, if that's someplace we ever go, I would like to at least have a ground knowledge so I can talk with her about her passion, right? And then I've also studied a lot of North American Great Plains cultures, obviously. And then obviously my own passion of Punic archaeology, which is Carthaginian and Phoenicians. Yeah, I mean, outstacked hall like the Bardiche, just bigger. Mecha pyramid with terraces. Mecha pyramid, that's an interesting idea. All I'm thinking right now is Garganackle from Pokemon. Because you know how he has like the soul block on his back? It kind of looks like a step pyramid, except we just do it as a mech. Viking lawn boats? That sounds horrific. That just sounds like you mixed the Cybern with Viking lawn ships. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if maybe I just... No, I don't think the scale is wrong. I think we just have to... Yeah, it's gonna be a single time build. So I don't think we're gonna... Maybe we'll turn it into a faction, but I don't want... The issue right now is that if I say, oh, I'm gonna turn this into a faction, a pyramid? Peru the pyramid! Oh my god. Yeah, the issue of saying like, oh, like we're doing this as a faction build is that that's gonna make me burn out eventually, because I'm gonna get to a point where I'm like, oh, it's a faction build, so I have to plan ahead for that stuff. If it's good enough, it gets turned into a faction, that's different. But I don't want the pressure of saying it's gonna be a faction build. Does that make sense? Okay, so if we look at the width right now, that's pretty free width. Honestly, what if we just make it smaller? Alright, so we had the idea, but I think for a boat-based one, we want it to be smaller. So let's go. Let's start off with free from the start. There we go. 11. Let's say it's 21 by 17. So we pretty much have the same fin, it's just 10 blocks smaller. Okay. Alright, and then we can just do 3 layers. Okay, what vehicle type is it going to be? Is it going to move? Is it static? This is going to be a ship. Alright, now we did say, what if we only go up by 2 each time? Because that will make it easier to get the staircase in a little bit more integrated. I think that was really throwing me off too, is that the staircase needs to be a little bit more integrated. And then I think we still keep the top part as the bridge. There we go. Yeah, so it's a little bit... Oh, it doesn't have the same height to it, though, which makes sense because it's smaller, but you know what I mean? Like... we'll say it works for now. Yeah, getting the proportions on something like this is going to be difficult. Because, like, I do kind of want it to have some height to it, right? To be able to shoot lasers, that is the funniest option. No. Honestly, if I'm doing less layers, maybe I keep it at 3 meters. Yeah, I think maybe we keep it at 3 meters, honestly. 2 meters just feels too short. It doesn't have the same, like... I don't know if this makes sense, but you know how like sometimes buildings are imposing? I feel like the height really is what adds the imposiveness, for lack of a better word, or for lack of a real word. I don't know if there's a real word for it, but I want that sense of like imposing building. There we go. Hear me out. Barge of wooden planks with a copper skeleton. Terraces, pyramids, and superstructures like a big pyramid at the back and so on at the front. Could work. The link in the game's Steam page in the Discord. So you're saying kind of do it like a pyramid complex. Yeah, it's not showing the... Oh. Ooh. Oh, survival crafting. Not a survival crafting game. The boats do look good, though. For those you wondering, it's Voyagers of Nera. Oh, it's made by the same people who did Dawn of Defiance. Neat. And every comment just says when you buy Sea of Thieves on Temu, which is crazy. Pyramid is just older Long Beach. Hate that. Why would you say that? It would be a really huge missile. Well, see, the thing is, my only concern with that, guys, is that keep in mind that the pyramid complexes were deemed sacred places quite often. So I don't know if I want to arm... Imagine this like a pontoon, like a raft. Oh, maybe, yeah, we could do pontoons. But I was thinking... I'm not sure if we're going to do pontoons or not. We'll have to see. It's also a big part too, is like, do I want to build it in an RTS style or do I want to build it in like an F3 style? Because again, the reference art I'm going off of is very RTS. It's very blocky, it's very macro details. I mean, were there not workouts? Yes. But I feel like using sacred places as weapons is a little bit, how do you say, distasteful? Like, imagine if we used a cathedral as a massive gun, right? Like, you can put a cathedral on a ship. People have done it. It's really good. But maybe put the weapons around the cathedral instead of inside, right? Taboo? I don't even know if it would say it's taboo. I would have to honestly research into it. To me, it's just Warhammer 40k. Oh, that is true. Massive gun glances at Warhammer 40k. Well, actually, in Warhammer 40k, do any of them have the guns coming out of the cathedral? I thought most of the time it's just, the cathedral was placed on top as a superstructure, which is what I was going to use the step pyramid in. You wouldn't put a nuclear silo in your church, would you? Okay, put the weapons on a little stone outcrop and surround the cathedral. That was the plan. I was going to have the terraces around have the weapons on them. And then that also raises the question, sadly, of how do we want to do the outline here? Because I do want to make this look like I think I will do the usual plausibility. Oh, sorry. But orcs is 100% would put the cannon in the cathedral. Well, orcs don't worship them. That's different. Yeah, go do this with it. Yeah, have a good one. Just terrace the halls. Yeah. Instead of a tumble home, we have a terrace home. How do I know? Oh my god. That's just gonna be today's bit, isn't it? We're just bringing it back. Do the larger titans have them? Yeah, I know they have cathedrals. I'm just saying, are the guns coming out of the cathedral, or are they coming out of... Well, here, let me look at the Emperor class. I'm pretty sure the guns aren't coming out of the cathedral. Okay, no, so the Imperator class, which is what I'm going to use it off of here, the guns come out of the spire and out the front gate of the cathedral, but they're not coming out of the actual, like, apse itself, where, like, the rituals will take place. Okay, that makes sense. So, like, if we have casemates, like, down at the bottom of the pyramid here, that could also be an idea. So for healing, I could travel in a hospital. That's true, too. That is true. Alright, let me look up, which site do I want to look up? Teotihuacan would work. Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan would actually be a pretty interesting site to use. For those of you wondering what I'm talking about, the Aztecs had pyramid complexes where there would be multiple in a specific pattern. Teotihuacan is a really good one. I think Tenochtitlan had a few. Cholula is really good. Tons of stuff like that, right? So we could space it out like that, but fitting that all in a hull is going to be difficult because these were such expansive sites, right? It's not just a one and done, which causes issues. Also, I just realized I did the top run. I would need more room to be able to do the top. Alright, so this one's too small. The other one was too big. Eventually, we will find one that's just right. So let's try maybe then... what are we at right now? 21. We were at 21 by 17. Let's go to... Not 31. We tried that already. 27 by 23. There we go. Okay. Because specifically, there's a little pattern I want to do at the top, which we're gonna have to get. I will say, as much as like I know we're not making nearly as much progress today as we have the last few days with building, but also it's nice sometimes to just be able to slow down and try something new. It is refreshing because, well, Deepwater, I'm not really burnt out in Deepwater Guard again yet. It was one of those things where it's like, wow, we did so much Deepwater Guard the last few days, like the last few streams. Okay, so we need a big flat space, and then we're actually going to come in by 2 here. Yeah, by 2. And then we'll do we kind of actually want a squared off roof at the top, but which eventually goes into like another smaller pyramid. Because I'm going to be copying the ones from Cholula, I think. Walta got what? Alright. So let's actually count this out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's still pretty wide. Which means we can probably cut that off quite a bit, actually. Let's actually make this, little guy square. There we go, take 4 off that. That's what? 7 by... Ooh, 7 by 9, okay. Not bad. There we go. Alright, we got our little square at the front. There we go. Oh, I still think we kind of need another, Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to prefab this one. I think we do need another layer at the top, though. Because the layering really is important for structures like these. There we go. Okay, let's do one more layer. I feel like having anything less than 5 layers just makes it not, like, it makes it too squat, you know what I mean? There we go. And then we can have the top layer as the 5th one. Ooh, that's an issue. Alright, I guess we can't do that. Damn. No, we can just switch it to a 7 by 7 box. Alright, so let's have you come in here. How high can we get you over here? So that's 5. Let's get 7. Yeah, I was right. We can do a 7 by 7. All right. And then 1, 3, 5, 7. Ah, there we go. All right, that makes sense. Oh, I guess he said the number. Of course, the number. It's just 7. So, are y'all really laughing at 7? I will judge you. Jesus. Alright, so let's get this in here so that the stairs can actually sink in this time. And I think that will help us quite a bit as well with the integration. Also, Legend of Zelda kind of going hard right now. God, I love this song. Alright, there we go. Alrighty. And then... here. You people should be ashamed by what? Any chance of decoed hieroglyphs? So the issue is that we wouldn't really see hieroglyphics in Mesoamerica. You would see petroglyphs, and you would see, oh, no. It's okay to be excited about things, but it's, somehow looped around becomes somewhat funny. Yeah, that's fine. No, Hobbit makes a good point. You're allowed to be excited about things. I'm just jaded. Okay, you can ignore me. I'm too old for these modern day memes. Just turned 26. Oh yes, I'm too old for these modern memes. I miss my memes from 10 years ago. Remember when they shot that gorilla? 6-7 is just a Sector 7 meme, of course. Oh yes, of course. It was all a Sector 7 psyop. There we go. Okay, that staircase looks a lot better. And this is why we rebuild things. I know it's a joke that I rebuild things all the time, but also this is why. Because this looks a lot better than how we did it the first time. Like, actually, that looks so much better. Holy crap. Alright, so we have our bridge here. Now, we do have an option. We can either build the boat around the bridge, or we can build the boat going through the stone pyramid at the base, and then just have the base, Charlie the Unicorn lives rent-free in my head, yeah. Remember Llamas with Hats? Llamas with Hats was good. Alright. And then maybe what we'll do, I think we'll make this sail-powered. Then I think what we'll do is we will add another smaller complex at the front. And just go from there, I think. Now, I realized that the reference art I was just basing this off of was actually completely made out of wood. I just didn't pay attention. Which is really funny. But, we're gonna ignore that, okay, guys? Shape the pyramid a bit so it's slightly oval on the side so it fits with the ship hull. That's what I was thinking of, actually. Is that, like, do I want to match the hull to the outsides, or do I want to, like, shape in the bottom ones? Because what I'm thinking, honestly, is have the... Let's do a wood outline here. Have, like, the hull of the ship start somewhere around here-ish. Now, obviously, we can eventually put copper here and whatnot, whatever. Doesn't matter. But... And then, actually, we probably don't need that. I think, what if we just have this as the straight-up back of the ship? So, like, only do, like, one fin back here. Maybe still have it overhanging, but not be slightly... Yeah. So, like, we'll take this, for example, and we'll swap it into this. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Every time I say that's what I'm thinking, I have this stupid meme because I keep texting Arrow just going, because she'll be like, oh, hey, you know what I'm thinking? I'll be like, I'm thinking Arby's, and then I just hit her with the gif of the Arby's commercial. No terrace home. Well, I'm not sure how we do that is the issue. Honestly, in the reference art I have is more of a sail ship. Just joined why Aurora's building this pyramid, because we're trying a new style. Well, I say new style. We are building a single boat. It is not a faction. It is just a little break from Deepwater Guard. Maybe more flat towards the middle, so it's a bit rounded from the bottom, but straight from top. No, I don't want the bottom to be rounded. It still does have to be square. The step pyramid shape still has to be square. Now I want to play Raft? Hell yeah. What we can do here. What if we do like a squared off like sailing ship hull? What's the plan? There is no plan. We're just brainstorming as we go along. In terms of a plan, we do not have a plan. The other option is, what if this is where we add the metal in? We add some metal mountain brackets to the side. And then what I can eventually do is I can eventually redo this entire pyramid out of wood. Because I think maybe the stone is what's throwing me off right now. You know? Let's get in the bottom here. So let's say about here is where we start transferring in, maybe? I'd have to look at my... Yeah, I think I want a few more 3 meters. And then some 2 meters. And then we can do some 1 meters. No, let's actually back that up. Let's do some 1 meters here. And then we can go back to a 2 meter. So we can get like a figurehead in there. But let's actually back it out up to here, because that figurehead, I probably want 1 and then curve it around. Let's do the mast first. I haven't actually done physical shaping of small details for a while. Let's just play around with it, honestly. Like, we're not losing anything by just playing around with it, you know? So let's do a serpent head. Now how do I want to do this? This is going to be very blocky no matter how I do it, I feel. Do that out of wood. I'll worry about coloring. Actually, no, let's do it out of metal. Let's do a metal figurehead. Just make it easier to shape. So let's start with his forehead. I'm basing it off the one in the image here. And then that probably goes like 2 back. There we go. Maybe I should have started with this, honestly, as scaling for the rest of the build. But, yeah, because that already feels too big. Well, actually, it is very over-exaggerated in the image, so maybe we just accept that. A little bit curved in the image, and then take it down here. Then it comes in like this. Actually, I would argue actually it comes in like this. Okay, you know what? I kind of just want to do the figurehead right now. Okay, get rid of you. Actually, no, I do like that pyramid we did. We'll save that temporarily. Pyramid. I think the issue here is I'm relying too much on the concept art that I have. And that's where things are getting a little bit messed up. So let's see what else we could discuss. Okay, here's some other concept art. Okay, so that's concept art of a catamaran, hilariously enough. I was thinking of doing a catamaran for the pyramid, and I was like, no, I have too many styles that rely on catamarans. That's really funny that someone else also thought of that. I guess we could do also some more exaggerated, like, hull shapes. Wait, there's concept art? Yeah, just type in Aztec ship and then go to the images. There's tons of concept art of, like, what Aztec ships would have looked like had they survived the Spanish conquest. Boiled linseed oil is a very strong smell, yes. This is well known. Why were you boiling linseed oil, by the way? Okay, I thought you meant specifically for this build. Yeah, no, well, it's not, like, so I'm basing this build off of concept art, not that there's concept art based off this build. Okay, let's just block out a figurehead, and then we'll worry about scaling it later. I actually really do like this, this serpent figurehead. And who knows, maybe we'll use it for a bigger ship in the future. Alright, so we want... There's a lot of like tiny details that require like the use of slopes, probably. It's a good smell, but man, am I glad I did the oil into the carved wood in the shed. Yeah. That's fair. There's like these little cloud patterns all along the serpent, which would kind of look like this, honestly. Let me just redo it here quickly. Well, actually, I guess they're kind of squared off, so it would just be kind of like... It's like a spiral pattern, I want to say, for lack of a better word. How would I do that? That's the issue, right? Is texturing in this game is always a struggle, I find. Is there spiral patterns for the nose? There's spiral patterns for like the scales. The actual figure itself. Okay, let's get the center of the figure first. Give me one of those streams where I'm a little bit slower today, guys. I do apologize, but I do want to figure out how to do this because I'm having fun with this. All right, so let's do 2 free meters actually. That's definitely at least 6 meters there, and then we'll do. That's about the angle I want. Then it goes straight up. And then we have the dragon's jaw, or the serpent's jaw, which would probably be this. No, it's. I think I need to go out by 5 actually, because it is curved at the side, but then there is also quite a large flat area here, like that. And that should actually be further out than should be in line with the last meter here. There we go. All right. You've been watching a dish from my local animal shelter, so you have to make them. So you have you on the make them. Hey, no worries. Enjoy your work. All right. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate, Morgana. Always appreciate it. I don't have my water, so I'm gonna hydrate with coffee today. Someone remind me in a little bit I should go get my water, but I'm sure I'll remember. Clueless emote. Oh, you know what, actually? It is this. It's not a full curve at the side. It's like the thinnest of jutting out. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. And then we have the teeth, which would be inset by... Okay, so I think we just have to build bigger. See, again, I don't do a lot of animals, so this actually is interesting to me. And now I'm... Oh, you know what, actually? Okay, let's scrap the concept art idea, because I'm not going to enjoy doing it. I'm going to preface that right now. Let's build a cannon casemate based off the serpent's head, though. Because that's something we haven't done, right? Is turrets and whatnot with animal heads. And it would also let me scale it up in a way that would be a lot easier, I find. So, let's say... Scale-wise, what each tooth? No, that idea wouldn't work either. Alright, back to the ship then. I do quite like the shape we have going on right now. Now I have a serious idea, put a cram mortar inside the pyramid. No. You know, maybe it's just one of those days where we don't have the image of what we want, right? Or maybe you guys do, and you can go work on them. But I do not have... I don't have it in my mind how I want it, unfortunately. It's the same with like my pyramid and Greco-Roman styles that I want to do eventually. Sometimes you have them in your head, and sometimes you just don't, you know? I was thinking that we could do some really cool feather designs on this one too. Sorry, you can tell when I zoom in on my art on the other page because it zooms in at FD still. Oh well. We tried, guys. I'll save it as pyramid, and then we can just work on something else for now. What else do we have to work on today? Oh, you know what we could do? I could turn the Sirocco. I do actually want to work on the Sirocco a little bit. It might just be one of those ADHD streams where I just rapidly swap between projects. So I used this in last night's short, which, if you're not aware, I posted a new video last night. And this is the little guy we used as the replacement for the Duster. Now, unfortunately, the Duster will not be getting replaced anytime soon, but the Duster Marine for the Falkenheim will be. And I think this is the little guy that's gonna do it. Now, I'm wondering out loud right now, do you guys think we should have it where I have these wings fold up? Or have them not fold up? What are we feeling? Because I'm thinking fold up would probably be the best idea. We can have them fold out right at the intersection here. How do we feel about that? Because this literally is just bigger Duster. So, or not even bigger Duster, just more solid Duster, so. Using this for the Duster Marines would be fun. That'd make it pretty interesting. Well, yeah, because the Duster Marines needs to have folding wings, I think. So, let us copy-paste this. Oh, whoops. Forgot playing with F9 does that. I play so often with F9 turned off, like the UI turned off and all that, I kind of forget sometimes that I kind of need it to actually play. Hello? Oh, I did the line of symmetry wrong. There we go. Like, why did that just remove half my craft? Alright. Put it all into our decos. Then we'll put the spin block in here, actually, I think. Oh, that was the 4 meter when we removed. Okay. I was gonna say, what did we remove it? Caused such issues. Why is that still being weird? Thank you. Okay. We'll put the spin block here. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. Spin block. So if we face it that way, that does that, obviously. Okay. So what if we instead... I think we have to put it forward and then rotate here, yeah? There we go. That works. I always hate doing spin block shenanigans like this. It's always so annoying, I find. There we go. Alright, put you back. Get you back here. Realize, oh crap, we forgot to prefab the other side. Prefab the other side real quick. Now we just do this again. There we go. Why is it still this one? Oh, because it's turned around, that's why. Oh my god, I hate spin blocks. Thank you, there we go. I always hate building on spin blocks for that exact reason. There we go. Okay. So now, if I did this right... Yeah, spin blocks get so janky. Let's say the resting angle... 60 works, I think, for folding wins, probably. Looks like he's just waving hello. Hello! Oh, hello, mine turtle. That doesn't really spin how I want it to, actually. Now it just looks like he flaps his wings as he goes along. So, let's not do that. Spinny go, whoa, 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 whoa. True. The other option was we split right here. This is where we put the spin block. And it's just the missiles that come up. Okay, they need to fold partway down the wind. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think just after the yellow detail here would work. Yeah. So let's take this part of the wind actually. we go. And sub up. That's still the wrong one. You think one of these days I'll get it right? There we go. Alright, so we'll put this in here. And then pop it up here. And how does that look? Yeah, and then just maybe like fold it to like 94 or 95 degrees. Yeah, that looks better. Lower, like maybe like the US naval plane style. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Maybe 2 spin blocks. I don't want to do 2 spin blocks. Oh, maybe actually. Yeah, because I'm thinking like kind of like how I did the was it the Uni or the Yari? The one biplane I did. I know what you mean. It was the Yari. Like having the sight tilt in the winds like this. Alright, I guess we're rebuilding the... We'll rebuild the Sirocco today, I guess. First, yeah. Alright, actually, let's spawn you in as the example, because I do really like the Yari's wins. I was very happy with how we did these. Alright. You don't need 2 spin blocks for that, you can just deco the first tilt. That is true. I know I used spin blocks for these ones down here. Like, for how I did it here. But, I don't think I do want to deco the first tilt. Do I? Just deco a bit of angle. Yeah, I feel like deco, you know what, deco would probably be better than... Deco would probably be better than having it be, actually, no, I don't even have the deco or spin block. I think we can just put this angle on it, and that will be enough. And then just have them face down a little bit. You know? Alright. You can just try it. Let's see how it works. Yeah, just take those out. Because if you look here anyway, true for Karcheni Benvet works. Yeah, like it doesn't need to be perfect, right? Like I did it like that on the Yari because A, my campaign, my rules, and B, it's just the way I thought of doing it at the time. Because I do really love the way I did that biplane. I want to do the wins like this on the Puffin too, I think. Where because the Puffin's already a torpedo bomber, so we'll let's just redo the planes today. Why not? Fuck it, we ball. You know? So what is that? Square, square. Alright, that works. So let's say it was here, shall I want to say? We can do some metal connections here. Was it that high up, or how did we do this? God, it's so dark. I changed my graphical settings the other day so it was like not as bright all the time, and now it just feels so dark all the time, which like makes sense, but like, come on, please, game. I need you to work with me here. All right, so something like this is how they did it. So let's. Where did I put the winds before? Okay, I had them one higher. Okay. So let's keep this here then, and then we can do this here. Go rotate correctly, please. And then this will go into a wooden wedge. So you want longer winds since it's a monoplane? Yes. How would a 2 meter slope look so the bend is less harsh? Maybe. We'll see. We will see. Let's also put it further back now that I'm looking at it. That's a little bit too far forward. Let's put it here. And also, I realize that as much as I'd love to be able to do this out of metal, I do need it to be out of wood for the paint pattern. There we go. Alright, there we go. Is that too far back? Let's just trust the process for now and we'll see how it goes. And then about 25 wide. How wide was the old Sirocco? Because I don't want it to be too wide. You're about 13 wide. Well, you're on spin blocks. You don't count. How wide was the old Sirocco? I do think we can do most of this without replacing too much. The Sirocco was built to the same specifications as the Duster, pretty much. Angle turrets to mount the wind, so you could have them bent a bit forward or back. Look neat. It's not about looking neat, it's about following the pattern here, though. So the straight angle winds I do want. Because this is the Deepwater Guard winds here. Alright, we are 23 wide. So that means... Yeah, we're already a little bit too far out. And then here we can do our little metal wingtips. Yeah, and then we do what? This. Oh, we just do the square corner back. Nice. I remember doing that. I thought I always did the one type of angle. That's interesting. I didn't even know I did that. Wow. Alright. And then that needs to be what? 4 meters? No, we did 2 meters here, it seems. Interesting. Because I feel like normally I would do the 4 meters, no? Ah, I see why I didn't do 4 meters. That actually works surprisingly well. So but the issue here is that, yeah, there we go, okay. I need this to be separate, and I need this one to be separate. But it does make the winds a lot shorter. Is it tough in the depths? True. Yeah, it feels a lot shorter than the Ever one for some reason. Even though they're the same length. Which is strange, so to speak. No, it is because it's one too short. That's why. No, because we're at 23, and then this one's at 23 as well. Why does this one feel shorter? Where do your winds start? You start further forward, too. Just because I put them down one? Can't imagine that's how it would work. I did 2, 3, 1. What? Hold on. Yeah, no, that's how I did it last time. Curious, okay. Very curious. Maybe just having them go down like that is really what adds the, I will say, this looks better than what we had before. But it does feel weird. It feels like it needs to be one back. Why does this look so weird in comparison to how it was before? There's a little storm gonna go happen that. Yeah, no worries. It was nice. It was nice seeing you, Hobbit. That'd be a good one. Okay, that looks better. That looks a lot better. Yeah, it was just weird seeing it at the... Maybe it was just too far forward, and that's why it felt so weird. That's the only thing I can really think of as to why it would be so strange. And then obviously here we just do this. And how do we do it over? That should be something I should look at right now, actually. The back at the same as the front. Okay. So get rid of you. Let's put, we can do this 3 meter beamed. And then same fin as before with you here. And then you coming out back here. Yeah, that's why I felt small, is because that was not correct. So actually, I do like that wind pattern more. So let's actually move that in by 1. So you need to go here, which means you need to come here. Which means then you go here. There we go. Yeah, I think it's just it feels different with the thickness because we have the square corners instead of the regular ones. I think that's what's messing us up. If I had to take a guess. That and this little area here, honestly. But I really didn't want to have the deco purple over top of a... I guess I probably could, honestly, because this would probably look better. I don't know, honestly. I don't know if this works. Well, I guess maybe if we're... Since we're folding the winds, we could probably get away with making them a little bit longer, no? How do we feel about that? It's like, say I do a... let's say I do a 4 meter here instead of a 2 meter. And then we go into probably like 2 free meters. Let's I think that would look better, no? There we go. Enjoy your lurk, I'm free. Make the winds top mounted. No, that's not what we're trying to do right now. Just better for winds. Because we're trying to make it have, we want to have that little downwards tilt so when it folds up, it doesn't feel so awkward. Yeah, because then the pattern with the paint, I can just do a wedge in here decoed. And then just obviously fill in the last little bit. So I don't mind doing that. So that works fine. And then, and then it's just this part over here that would have to be purple. That would be too wide for purple. Shit. Fuck. The wind pattern is really screwing us over here if it's with the two. Yeah, let's try something else then. I think. Yeah. Okay. Let's reduce you down back down to 23. What if we try something else instead of having it curve there? What if we do that and then? No, because it still makes the issue of the 1. Unless I just do 2 out the entire time, because then I can still do that wedge trick, right? Does that feel better? Feels a little bit too low. And putting you out the bear makes more sense. No, because that feels too long. I think the 2 meter one, we just have to accept it's a little bit cartoonish, and that's okay. I think the issue is I'm comparing it to the Yari, which is not meant to be as cartoonish as the Buttercard is. I think that's just a mental block. I don't think that's an actual issue with the build. Yeah, because this looks okay. For a little, like, Duster Marine kind of idea. So we have it, yeah, we have it go down, like, mounted 1 down, so that then we can fold them up. No, it still feels too, I think, okay, I think if we're going to do this, we want to move them to at least 25. Well, no, if we're going to do that, at least... Yeah, no, put them in here. There we go. Hey, that works. Okay. Yeah, and then it's just that square corner at the back that does make it feel a little bit strange. So what if I replace that with just a normal slope back here? No, because then it's not going to fold as well. It's not going to look like a fold. It's meant to fold. I have an idea. Let's move you one back. There we go. It might just be the thickness that's throwing me off. And that works a little bit better. The ring kind of bands around the fuselage a bit. Yes and no. Oh, is this a Duster Marine? Yeah, the Sirocco is going to be the new Duster Marine. So I do want the wings to fold up at least. Alright, you know what? Actually, I think we do want to do it out to here. Let's do like how we did on the Puffin, where we did it about this thickness. And that way we can get another... Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Then all of this is going to be purple, obviously. There we go. That's why I can't have the Cessna wings, exactly. I do want to have folding wings. I do want to do a Deep Water Guard craft at some point, though, that does the Cessna style wins, like the top mount, because it is fun. Just it's not this one. There we go. All right, that feels a lot better for the Sirocco wins, because it cleans up some of the messiness that the first one had, like the weird tilts in it, but it still keeps the general shape of, like, you know, the right angle triangle also. All right, I'm happy with this. I feel like this is okay. So now we put in the purple, which is obviously down here. Then I think we still have the last segment of what's it called? The last segment of detail BV, the area there. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna yoink you. Okay, we don't need that much. Come on, dude. Relax. There we go. And then probably, like, I don't know, one height here just to grab everything above him. We can just model him into wherever we need him to go. So the last purple will be here, which means we want you here. Except one forward. There we go. Yeah, so the other win was a lot smaller, it seems. There's the wireless receiver. And then that's just missile struts. All right, that works. I think that works quite well, actually. Oh, no, I used color 4 for wins, right? There we go. And I realized I didn't do any of that on prefab. Or not prefab, the other one. You know what I'm trying to say, mirror mode. There we go. So that gets the missile in, no problem. Actually, there was a problem because I want it moved one back. Actually, let us move you in here. There, that's a little bit better balanced. So we'll design the wing like how we did last time. And then, you know, missiles on the static part of the wing. That would be easier engineering-wise. That would be easier engineering-wise. Oh, no, I see what you're trying. Well, I feel like you can have munitions on folding winds. No? Like, from a realistic point of view, yes, but I feel like... I don't know, because I don't want to put the missile too close to the hull. I kind of want to keep it where the Duster has them, right? That's the only thing I'm really considering right now. I see what you mean, but I don't think we need to go into that much detail for for a silly little idea like this. I do understand what you mean, though. There we go. Although, how would the bendy be further out would look, having a longer downward slope? Honestly, I think the 1 meter downward slope is all we need, really. I don't think we need much more than that, and even more, and it's just gonna look goofy, I feel. Or if I wanted to really work on the tilt, then I would just do like how I did on the Yari with the. Because like you can see on the Yari, I have the forward tilt and the like upward tilt. Which I said, like I said, I'm going to be using this wind pattern for the puffin, of course. But... And then obviously just change up the engines. But honestly, the puffin would look incredible with this style of engines, too. Like, this one does feel like a Deepwater Guard plane, but just different. Because I based it off the Avatar biplane, right? The Equalist biplane from Avatar. Wind torpedo bomber with that wind pattern. Nice. I will say though, the Sirocco does look already better than the old one, at least. Not that the old one looked bad, it's just this one is a solid improvement, which I'm happy with. Let's get you in now. Some winds, detail. Oh my god, stop hitting the info button, please. Thank you. Go. Then we still get the idea of using only the half purple here, which is nice. The question is, I don't know how I'm gonna get it to work on the exterior edge here. That's maybe something I have Quarry Deco, because he might know how to do that more than I do. Or maybe he has like some advanced little sneaky little tool for it. Who knows? The answer is I don't. There we go. That gets the paint in there at least. Though it does look a little bit scuffed, I will admit. But it works better than having that weird little finagly part that we had last time. And then of course this last little part here. Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted. This is where the spin block will go, I think. Go. So imagine, ooh, you know what? Actually, no, we have to have it come in at the end of one of these, don't we? So maybe we do have the munitions. Maybe that will be fine, actually. Hey, boss, that one is your HF antenna? It's not too bad. Even if it isn't as realistic, it's not much of an issue. This isn't exactly a replica. Exactly, right? Like, obviously, this plane is based off the Duster. It's not based off of any real-world plane. Like, I don't even know what this would look like IRL, honestly. I don't think there is any exact comparison. Bottom bit of a 1 to 2 meter slope transitions instead. Oh, you know what? That is actually a fair point. That's a good idea. I just haven't put much thought into it yet. It's not that like, oh, like I can't do this. It's I just don't want to think about it. Have Corey do it. Hee hee. Yeah, so we need... We obviously can't have the missile here be the first one that floats out. Let's try it. I'm just curious to see if it works. Oh, can we stop painting stuff, please? Damn. We put the spin block in here. We prefab you. Take you off. Realize, oh, we still have mirror mode on. Now take you off. Spin block in here. Because maybe, honestly, maybe a big part of it too is that we were just, there we go. Now, does that look right? Hey, I think that looks like the Duster Marine. That's not bad. Let's say like 135. That looks That looks pretty good, doesn't it? That feels wrong. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? I have this. I have like the angle, the tilted square ones over here, which were pretty fun. And then this is how the original one was. But that looks like the old Duster Marine. And plus, this way the missiles aren't quite bent up as well like you wanted. So that works well. I'm happy with that. That looks like a Duster Marine. The original had a bit of a curve to the wind. Yes. So we could add that curve back. I only did it really to avoid having to do this pattern. So here, let's take you off. Let's take you off. We have the right area now, at least, though. Reverse tilt and win on a prop. True. I don't know. The old one did feel bulky though. But I guess with the square corner where it cuts, it kind of crimps it here. We can go back to that same style because we did this originally, right? Because originally I think it was something like this, and then this, and then it would have been like this. So we can go back to that style. And then just move you there, move you here, move you here, here, here. All right. There we go. So does that look somewhat better for you guys? More of a 3-2 looks a bit better. Yeah, it gives that curve as well. It's just down here that really is the issue. Oh, that fixes the issue, doesn't it? Type in value, now there's no connection down here. Not good, not bad, just fine. What if I... Yeah, like that works. That does, in fact, work down at the back there. And then we don't have that weird crimping either, which is nice. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Because we still keep the wind pattern, which is nice, and then we can go from there. Okay, that works. There we go. And then we'll just the deco it up at the front here, and then we'll have to rework the fuselage so it's not as, how do you say, exposed. That's fine, that'll work for now. Alright, and then I think we keep the... winds at the same spot, but we're just going to design the winds without the spin block. Is God, I hate spin blocks. I'm gonna put that there so you don't notice that the missile struts are there. Look at that little guy. He's just a little lad. I love him. What a handsome little lad. He's gotten significantly wider, but because his wings fold, I don't think that will matter as much, which is nice. But now, where will the joint be? It's the same where it was before, right on the block here. Or we can even move it one further out. Maybe just past the missile? Well, it wouldn't be just past it. It would have to be over here so that this part spins up, right? Oh yeah, there. Yeah. It's either that or we move it in with the missile, but... What the hell happened here? Oh, I didn't know ailerons automatically did that. That's cool. Then just take you down. You in there. There we go. Wait, no, it might hit the prop. What? Missile could come in one? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, we could put the missile in one. If we put it here, is it... Yeah, it's probably not going to feel like it... I feel like the free meter has to be the fold-in part. Honestly, what if we just let the missile fold with it? Like, are we really against folding missiles here at Missile Folding Incorporated? You know what I mean? Alright, that's good to know. Interesting that that didn't repair the wedges. Very curious that that didn't put the wedges back, actually. Alright. What we should probably do as well, because I think this is the finalized wind shape, let's throw down the wind decos so I don't have to do this later. And then remember that, alright, we're gonna do this. Maybe mostly detailed paint color. And then just remember to put this normally, so it's as if it's a normal block. Because then we can do the purple wedge trick over here. Or we'll figure out some trick for that. I don't know how we're gonna get that purple, but it wouldn't be folded while loaded, so I guess that could work. You wouldn't want payload weight on the other half of the wind of a loadout like this, yeah. No, that's not gonna work. That's gonna bug me. Ah, that works for now. There's your wind shape. And then it's just in here where we have the... Oh, I know what we do here. Shit, wrong button. Control X, please. Delete all, delete with mirror. Because this technically isn't a curved area, is it? The answer is no. Rhetorical question. And then in here, we just... There we go. Actually, you know what? No, because we kind of want to keep it... Yeah, that works. And then just back here, honestly, we can just replace with, you know, a purple wooden block. Make it solid as possible. Alright, I'm happy with that. Stylize that straight free block as a bit as a flap. In here? Well, I'd want the flaps to come out the back. Oh, maybe. Like, cut this out. And just cut it out and have it as flaps. That could be an idea, actually. I'm not against that idea. That's the everything. I need to start. I need to redesign all the debutter guard planes because I don't think any of them have like proper, like, actually animated flaps. Control surfaces, right? The pivots. Oh, right, yeah, this one's considered pointing. I forgot how the pivots work. It's so annoying. Such a silly little system that they did. Like, see, this one's normal. So why are the 2-meter ones fucked up? You know what I mean? It's very annoying. So we'll put you here. You here. And then... There we go. Do something like that. So now those will work as flaps. Which is pretty good. But a free meter's bad too. Well, I don't want to do a free meter here because the paint wise, right? So like all of these, yeah, all of the pivots face the wrong way, which is annoying. Make them actually flaps. Okay, well, we're not worrying about that right now. We can do that later. All right, and then this one here. There we go. 0.5 up. 2.5. Hide the original mesh. There we go. And then just on the other side. that the right style? Yes. So we'll do left, right again. Down 2.5 this time. Do a little pyramid shape down there. Look at that. There we go. So now it matches up with the wedge. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. Cannot complain. Ugh. Alright, let's see how he flies. Yeah, actually, let's see how he flies. Does he still fly okay? Actually, I'm just gonna... There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot I had it set up so that, the first camera was in the cockpit. I forgot I did that. Alright, so flying-wise, he looks fine. Okay, you know what? The Triforce music coming on as we got him flying, that goes hard. Look at that, right? Like, that goes hard right there. Love that. Anyway. Why are you glitching out over there, mister? What is going on here? That is quite strange. What an interesting little bug. I've never seen that one before. God damn. Alright, we'll worry about the actual flap part later. But I think right now, like, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. You know? Like, look at him go. So now we just want to cut him loose. Is it a remake? This is a Duster Marine remake, yes. So the Duster, if I were to replace it, would be replaced with what's called the Sirocco. And then, obviously, since we can't replace the Duster, I'm just making it to replace the Duster Marine, which is something that needs to be replaced on the Falkenheim anyway. Then if I have time afterwards, maybe I'll restart the Falkenheim today. And we just won't tell Bone. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay. Now, the issue with this obviously being actually that this should be out here. So once again, we are removing this one back down to 3. And then you come in like that. And that leaves a little bit too much room over here, doesn't it? There we go. Just fill in a few of the gaps over here. God, I hate working with planes like this all the time. Always so fiddly. Forward, hide, and then decoration empty. Now, I technically shouldn't be hiding physical parts like this, but I can always change it if I need to later. I'm just doing this for the screenshots right now. Then I'll ask the guys at the Codals whether or not I can get away with that or not. Because there is sometimes where it's like, obviously, those ones are okay being hidden because, you know, it's a carrier plane, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. So we do that. That looks pretty good. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with this. And then all we need to do now is take him back. Come back down here. Alright, you are be gone. Alright, so we take you. Take all of you, which I think we already have, but oh no, we don't. We need the missiles. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now that part works. Delete all the untethered decos. Thank you. We put in the spin block. What was it? Right here what we wanted to do? I think. Well, let's actually put it, I particularly want to get rid of the control pivot service, so let's put it up here. No. Yeah, because it's attached to this one, so that should work, actually. Actually, not sure. We'll see if that works how I think it does. It might not, honestly. There we go. Alright, does that match up? That matches up. Now we take you. We ankle control you. It's not bad. Still works how I want it to. Then we just gotta make sure it doesn't... Yeah, so it comes up to here-ish. The only issue really is the width, I find. It does still feel a little bit tall. Back with plated schnitzel and fries, nice. You can shrink them, methinks? Can't you put the pivot point in line with the missile hardpoint and then have it fold 9 degrees up? What do you mean? So the reason why I can't do the pivot points is because the way the wind blocks mesh with the beams here. So it has to be at the start of a beam. Make it fold again? No, because then they're going to collide over top. I can always just move the missile hardpoint out one, but I honestly don't find the missile hardpoint being there that bad. No, the ever direction. Well, yeah, no, I know the ever one's gonna... Oh, no. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, you want like an accordion style wind? No. It's gonna... Actually, it would make it look like a seagull, which could be pretty cool, but no. And again, we're trying to reduce the... We're trying to keep the amount of sub-objects as low as possible. What did I put you at? 109, that makes sense. 109, please. There we go. So honestly, something like that works. Get the pivot one block out from current. Yes, but my point is, Neko, is that we can't do that. Because it either puts it halfway through the middle of the beam, or it puts it halfway through the middle of the control surfaces. So like I can move it the 2 blocks out this way so it's just this part pivoted, but then it's gonna feel too wide still. I honestly think this is the best we're gonna get, and I'm okay with this, I think. Yeah, because it just means the tail is the widest part now. Alright. Which does actually reduce the... that does reduce the width of the craft to 13, because it's on spin blocks. And so that means the tail is 13 wide. So so that means we need a 13 wide bay for 4 of these on the new Falkenheim. I think that works. Let me crayon something? Yeah, no worries. Because if you look at the current Falcon... Let's go grab the current Duster Marine. So I know one of the things that Carb mentions was that he wanted to have the Duster Marines back. So at the time I was like, we don't really need them back, but honestly, I don't mind giving Carb his little Duster Marine backs, because I know Carb made the original Falkenheim. Alright, not a bad little... Yeah, because here's the original little guys. And they had their wings fold backwards, I see. God, you can really tell how old they are, though. Little guys. Yeah, so this is how tiny the original ones were. And that's at full winds out, too. So obviously, we're going to be building bigger anyway, because the Falkenheim does just need to be a little bit bigger as the carrier. So we can... Because I want to have the Sirocco's actually be coming in from in here, right? Which we will be having the carrier doors again as well, so. That works. Look at him go. Hey, Bone. Oh, shit, Bone. Who told Bone? Who told Bone I was working on the Falkenheim today? Run! Everyone flee! Scatter! Well, I say Falkenheim. We're mostly just redoing the plane winds today. But yes, this is the new Duster Marine known as the Sirocco, Bone. That's going to be the carrier fighter for the Falkenheim. And then we can just ACB it so that the winds, when they're non-mobile, stay folded up, and then when they're mobile, they fold out. It's so cool. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it, honestly. And then here's the original Duster Marine, but again, we can't build that small and still have it be decently effective. He's just too little of a guy. He is very adorable, though. But again, I do think these winds are too big, personally. We'll have to figure it out later. So now, I kind of want to redo the Puffin the share of these types of winds. Can I have a donut, please? Yeah, sure. Sirocco Bone is an interesting name. Sirocco Bone? What? You can hold like 2 of those planes? Yeah, well the Falkenheim's only meant to have 2 planes on it. So I guess it's not much of a carrier, it's more of like a tender, I guess? I'm not sure. But throw 2 of these guys on there. It'll be a good time. And better yet, if we want to get very silly with it, instead of having them just be at straight 0, we can angle them however we want when we go in there. So we can angle them slightly down when they're deployed, or we can angle them slightly up. Like 5 degrees up could be interesting. Because then you get that little tilt in there, right? So there's tons of, like, I'll mess around with it, of course. But there's tons of different ways we can have this. I think 110 being the folded position works, though, and then we'll see if we want, like, 5 degrees up for the wind tilt there. Corsair winds? Yeah. Grand? Alright, let's see what you're talking about. Because keep in mind, you're my eunuch that knows about canal infrastructure, not plane infrastructure. Okay, yeah, so I do see what you mean, and that's literally what we have it as right now. I can move the missile hardpoint Neko, but I can't move where the rotor is. But like right now, that's what we have. Oh, I see what you, so okay, I see what you mean. So you'd want the spin block to be in there. I see. So the issue with that is that would cause this part to split. So we can't really do that. And that's what I was trying to say earlier, is that because if you can't split a 3-meter block here. I would have to do a custom 3-meter block, which is just hellish to make. Like, because even if you split it at like the 1.5, that's still really rough to make. I would have to split it at like 1/3. Which, no, I do not want to do that. Yeah, so we can do like, honestly, I don't think this is bad. I kind of like the 5-meter offset here, or the 5-angle offset here with the angle. I'm just wondering if it's too big, honestly. You know, I'm gonna go summon the carb. Where is the carb? Alright, there we go. The carb has been summoned. If he's free, he's free. If it's not, that's okay. For visuals, you'll probably want 2 hinge points. Probably. But I can worry about that later. Make a clean line to the flaps, but for now, yeah, because we can also just hide the We can hide the spin block and then put the hinge point elsewhere. You know what I mean? Wait, I have an idea. Oh, Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. The issue with having 2 hinge points is that I want to keep the amount of sub-objects as small as possible. That's the biggest issue right now. Because, like, obviously this one, like, I got the... Let's go grab the puffin. Because the issue is the Sirocco is massive compared to, like, all the other carrier variants I've done so far. Like, look how small of a puffin is compared to the Sirocco, right? And, like, the issue is, like, I want it to be small, obviously. Yeah, we are going to be doing the puffin with the Sirocco, or with the Yari wins, though. Hey, Skin. Hinge 1 block forwards, you can then avoid doing deco on the slope and do my trick with it. Hinge 1 block forwards. So you're saying put it here, yeah? Like in here? Because so it's not a forward issue at the slope, it's a sideways issue. I do not want to have to split it here. That's a 1x3 slope you've decoed, right? No, that is a solid block. Neko. That is a solid block. How's your head doing? You got ibuprofen? Ah, yeah, I had a headache. I'm okay now. Don't call him slope. He's a respectable aircraft. I know he meant slope. No, the one further forwards of it. This one? Well, this one doesn't matter because it's attached to this one. So this one here is decoed, yes. But the issue isn't forward and back, it's side to side here. Because if I put the hinge here, that means this would have to be part of the wing that goes up. And it's, you can't split, it would actually be easier to split them forward and back than to split them side to side. So that's why I'm saying, like, I understand what you're saying, it doesn't work like that because we don't have shapes like that in this game. Because a lot of these are solid shapes. How much deco am I at already? 89, that's not too bad, okay. Damn, yeah, no, I understand what you mean, it's not possible. Insert the dialogue of the, why not, you stupid bastard. There we go. Alright, get that consistent in there. That looks pretty good. Alright. Yeah, then we just have them angled out. That works for me. Alright, good. Okay, the carb has been summoned. So we'll put it back in the resting formation. My only issue is it does feel a little bit too big. And I think that would be something I want to work on scaling down the winds on the side here, but keeping that shape. Because I do like that shape. But then again, with having them folded, I feel like we can afford to go a little bit bigger. And then maybe I just make the tail smaller so that I can get there. Alright, so yeah, if we fold them like this, like that works, I feel. Hey, Carb, there you are. Alright, thank you for coming out, Carb, I appreciate it. So this is what I got so far. Obviously, it's much bigger than the Duster Marine is currently. But it should fit the Falkenheim. Let's get rid of you, we'll work on that later. I'm working to spin block wins right now. So let's assume this is the base shape of the Falkenheim. This hasn't been redone yet. But if I say I get the Falkenheim in here, right? Then this folded up at least would work as one of the points. You just trim them to be flat edge? That's true. But how do we feel about the shape of this? I can scale it down, scale it up, or whatever later. Because it would fit inside here at the very least. That looks nice? Okay. Yeah, because I know when we were talking about it, like, I want to say a year ago now, you were talking about how you would prefer if the Duster Marines replacement kept the folded wings. And I was trying to, and at the time I was like, oh, I don't know if we'll be able to do that. But I was working on it today and I was like, I already have a fold-in win biplane for my own custom campaign. So I might as well try with the Sirocco. Because I just did a video on this last night. And I think this works pretty well. And then just imagine that the munitions wouldn't be loaded when it's folded. Like, they would probably unfold the wins, then load the munitions. And they would do it all in here with the catwalk. But I still got to redo the Falkenheim, because I know you said it was a little bit too circular, so we got to fatten them out a little bit. But that's a problem for another time. That's not necessarily a problem. Okay. Well, because the Sirocco is my original replacement idea for the Duster. And the Duster is just a tiny little guy, right? Where is he? Planes, that would help. And all the other carrier planes I have for Deepwater Guard are very unconventional. So I feel like having one conventional one to ground them, I feel like is a pretty good idea. Clipped wings is pretty common here for carriers. Yeah, okay, Duster, I need you to hurry up a little bit, buddy. So if I put this out back to normal. Actually, I still like the idea of having it like 5. Just a little bit of angle there. Because like if we're gonna use the spin blocks to clip the winds anyway, we might as well give them a nice little like seaplane angle with like the Corsair has. But we are a little bit bigger than the Duster because we did that wind pattern, so maybe I do reduce that down. Do 10? You think 10 for the angle? I can try it. Oh yeah, that works too. Actually, angled winds are pretty specific. Yeah, I do love the angled winds. I do think the angled winds make it look better. Now, the only question is, does it fly with the angled winds? That's actually an important question we should ask before we start fucking around with it. You know what I mean? Alright, go fly, my son. Okay, let's do... Okay, inside the cockpit view still looks great. Yeah, the Sirocco was originally made for the Fitzgerald video, so I could do, like, the interior cockpit view. Oh, look at that. Okay, that actually is really nice. That looks great from inside. And that looks great from the... Okay, yeah, I think 10 is the right idea here. Is that put a bulges behind the cockpit? What's that about? Bulges behind the cockpit? Oh, you mean this part here? That's just how I was doing all Deepwater Guard planes at the time to get a little bit more squareness into the build. And then these are just the wind mounts. I can fiddle around with that, maybe. See, I will say it looked better with the older wind mounts, but maybe with the newer ones, it doesn't work as well. Because originally the winds were mounted up to here. So. Make them flap while in flight, yeah, just make it into an ornithopter. No, I feel like that looks pretty good. And then I'll just work on the cockpit shape in there. Yeah, because I'll show you, where does that little puffin go? Oh, I deleted him, didn't I? Yeah, so the puffin has it as well, where it's just those little... Oh, no, you don't. Is the Razorbill that has it? Or did I just do this on my own and not pay attention to what I was doing with the other ones? Oh, okay, yeah, so it's just an elongated version of the Razorbills. I could probably swap it out to be more like the current Razorbills, though. All these planes were made so long apart from each other, but... Here, one second. Let's try that, actually. Let's try doing the offset style that the Razorbill has. So I think I did it originally just to bulk out the plane, because it did feel a little bit non-bulky at the time. Okay, come on. Oh, fucking left control, my behated. Okay. That's what? 3 meter? Yeah. What if we just did a 4 meter? Like you. Go, okay. Get rid of the wood block here, which means we can get rid of the beam there. Actually, that beam there was just to cover the internals, because the old winds covered the internals a lot better, whereas the new ones didn't, because I was modifying this off the old one. Put you in there. And that still probably looks a little bit too bulky. Yeah, I don't like that. I got to fuck around with this one a little bit more, I feel. You rebuild the hangar larger and the plane fits without folding, that's fine. Well, I definitely don't want the the hanger would have to be 29 wide. So I'd put it back down to like 23 wide. I wanted the plane to fit like it could fit in the falconer. I want to keep the fold-in winds, I think. That's not aerodynamic. The triangles. Oh, you're talking about these? These are literally just how you tip off metal winds. That's all. So now that I realize that they are backwards, the wedges are meant to be forward. Why are the wedges backwards? What happened when I was building this? That's not supposed to be like that. Winds fold downwards, it would fit better. Why would the winds fold downwards? But a little sad right now. This should make me less melancholic. Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, I will fix the tailwind there because that is wrong, and then it's just in here. We can get rid of these decos as well, which is nice. Because I did want like a little bit of bulk behind the cockpit, because I feel like if I just like round it off, right, then it goes into the. See what I mean? It feels a little bit strange. Like I do feel like it needs a little bit of bulk. Just air and sea downwards, up as wood, so the winds could stick out a bit and still fit in. Well, the winds are still going to fit in anyway, because the most of the falconer is empty. I'm not worried about fitting it in the falconer. You got a co-pilot canopy behind the cockpit? Maybe. Almost like it's a, I guess, no, because the spotter plane would have it on the bottom. Oh, a spotter plane could be really interesting. Like, do like... No, that wouldn't work. I'll have to think about this one a little bit more. I like the idea of having it as, like, the co-pilot, like you said. I just don't know how I would get that to work, how I'm envisioning it. You there. You in here. That matches up on both sides now. And then maybe you here like this? Does that work? And then maybe do something on top there. Because the biggest issue, I just don't want to fully round this off, I don't think. Yeah, elongated cockpit. Yeah, two-seater cockpit could work. To just copy this going backwards. The only issue is that we very quickly run out of space. This one is very, very tight on space. Triangle in French triangle. Only we had that block triangle backed. Yeah, I know, right? You don't need the FCC anymore? Oh, you don't? Well, that shows how old this build is. Alright, well in that case, that changes stuff then. Because now we can grab you. Put you back here, maybe? Give you a little display. Yeah, I think the two-seater one is an idea. Like, one guy controls the missiles, the other guy controls the plane itself. I think that's actually a pretty cool idea. I like that a lot, actually. And then just, for now, we'll just copy this over. Realize that we need probably some... Oh, I did this as wood slopes anyway, because glass breaks it, doesn't it? Yeah, I forgot about that shit. Alright, in that case what we'll do is we'll do this. Copy all. This could be rather heavy on decos, but that's fine because I know we can delete the leftmost one each time. You get both your sides deleted. There we go. And then we can obviously extend these into... I'll worry about the deco efficiency later. I'm just trying to get the vibe right now. That works. And then... Yeah, I really did wish I had a triangle-backed... 1 second. Makes sense for having a torpedo operator and a navigator since it's a maritime time playing. Yeah. Le triangle. Minpot, you have Google. You can look it up what it is in French. You don't need me to tell you. Alright. I think what I would do is this little shenanigans that Potat taught me. There we go. Oh no, it has to be like 0.3 or something, doesn't it? Which way does it go? I know how to do this for like a 1 to 2 meter. I know how to do this to a 4 meter. Oh, I hate it here. 2.5, I think, and then put it up here. No, it doesn't work. Okay, you know what? We'll figure it out later. Oh no, it would be 2.5 actually. We'll still figure it out later, but it should be 2.5. That's a problem for a nowhere time though. That's not a current me problem. What if I just do a backed corner? No, that still feels a little bit too bulky up top, doesn't it? Let's do like this then. You back here, and then we can put the fuel in the center there because we did have to move the fuel around, so that actually works. Okay, that works. Then just fuel in here. And then we can still just beam over it with a nice wood block. There we go. And then we'll have to just deco hide this stuff that sticks out. It technically counts as functional parts. I'll have to ask the Evers about that because I don't know if we can quite get away with that. Make it a 6 meter or 8 meter one slope from the canopy to the tail. Oh, you think so? Carb loves making me do extra work, I see. Oh, thank you, Carb, for the wonderful suggestion of more work. Alright, where are you positioned? Not gonna lie, I don't like this new deco part, where, like, yes, you can see everything attached to it, which is nice, but it's also very annoying, because sometimes it's like, where the hell are you even tethered now? Because it doesn't show you the green frame whenever you're over it. It just shows you if there's a deco on that block, which is annoying. Because it's still only tethered to one area. Okay, probably do the slope from here. Here. That way we, once again, get rid of those fuel tanks. Get you in here. Yeah, that works. 6 meter there. A lot of invisible functional components here. It's punishment from cockblock computer rave. Sure. I mean, Carb is right here. Carb is in fact right here. I was talking to Carb when I said that. I'm aware. All right. There we go. All right. Put you in here. Ooh, that side. Let's not use that one. Let's have the normal wood texture there, please. Well, we're gonna deco it no matter what, but don't use 2x scale frame meters, but we're trying to save on deco count. So that's the stretch texture. I don't think works. So you might be onto something. I did want to see if I could save on deco count though. All right, put you purple here. Board back to 5 mirror. Saves 2 decos? What do you mean it saves 2 decos? How does it save 2 decos? I agree that the offset being stretched there didn't work, but I don't think it saves 2 decos. Because I still have to deco the sides bits in for the paint anyway, so... Like, I don't think we save any decos, actually. The Ever method only saves 2, so not worth using. I think it's worth using the save on the decos. I just didn't like the offset for it. Or like the stretch, sorry. Alright, put you in there. And then you come in here. Oh, shit. There we go. Alright, that works. Put our 4-meter tail in here. Is it even supposed to be painted now that I'm looking at this, actually? Yes, okay. I was a little bit worried. I was like, wait a second. Yeah, because I want the 2 central lines of the cockpit here to be painted. I might actually switch this middle part to trim or secondary to break it up from the side wind mounts there. Okay. 2 meters. Back 1.5. Backwards until we hit the oblique where we can hide original mesh. There we go. Alright, that works. Yeah, I think that works. And then the extended cockpit is what it is. Yeah, I think that bulks it out quite nicely. Thank you for the suggestion, Carb. And then what we can do is we can have the cockpit sealed off by metal. And then we can do some wood in here, and then that will help break up that wood texture from the wind mount. I'm actually happy with that. Okay. That makes me happy. And then in here can just be like a, I don't know, little fuel tank. There we go. Alright, we've managed to replace all the fuel we need. Okay, well, we don't actually need that much fuel, so we can do something else in there. Yeah, okay, that's about good. That's a good ratio there. We can put some mats on here. That wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. Yeah, the hemispherical glass dome behind the cockpit in that 3x3 space. Do you think we need a hemispherical glass dome? Yeah, I could use it for like a rear gunner, couldn't I? Instead of having him be the torpedo guy. Oh, just turn his chair around. One second, let's try this out. Why is that one there? We don't need that one. I was gonna say, I know we don't have that much detection. We have like the camera at the front and that's about it. Also, I replaced the camera with the gun sight. So that one's not deco hidden, that one's literally just this, like, yeah, it's replaced with a deco, but it's still detection. Like the space look is nice. No, you're not, your opinions are appreciated. Don't worry about that. It's something I do for streaming where I will just, like, say, like, verbalize thoughts. It's not that I'm disagreeing with you, it's just that I'm just verbalizing it. Because that way those audio only listeners can still participate. Honestly, how would I do the gunner here? I'd have to get rid of the 6-meter slope or like do something different with it. Or have a very tall fuselage, or have like, That's too small to have a tailgun? That's what I'm thinking, honestly. I think I agree with you. It's not a bad idea, but I think we'll just focus on missiles, like missile plus pilot. This does make me want to build a plane with a tail gunner, though. There we go, and then this one can just be a solid block now. There we go. All right. And then just in here, we can just put you in there. That works. And all right. Then just take you and flip you around. That's not bad. Look at him go. That is a handsome little fellow, if I do say so myself. So now, as the pilot, I can be like, hey, look, we got a guy behind. Yeah, you know what? I think the double cockpit was the right call. It really opens up visibility. I think that was actually a very good call. Deco pole pointed up and half steer at the end. Oh, you know what? Maybe. What is this goofy new background music? This is still Zelda. It's Kokiri Forest. Oh, talking about music, I do want to switch back to Outer Wilds because I've been obsessed with Outer Wilds lately. It's so good. Like R2 in the Naboo fighter. Okay, you know what? Having a Deepwater Guard R2 would be very funny. I'm gonna leave it like this for today, and then I think in the future I might revisit it, Carb, because that would be very funny to see. That would be very funny. All right. I think the gray wind tap should be flattened off as a future tech. Is it future tech? What do you mean? No. I do want to fix back here now, though. This is not meant to be like this. There we go. You clip them off and just have it end flat? Ah, okay, I see. Maybe, but I don't know. I feel like the metal wingtips have always, like, just what I've put on every Deepwater Guard plane. So, I kind of like them as, like, you know how, like, I don't know if you're familiar with scabbards for a lot of swords, but a lot of the cheaper scabbards you would get would just be 2 pieces of wood with a metal end cap, and that's kind of what it feels like to me. That's why I really like it. Makes this look like a naval aircraft a lot more. Yeah, I do agree with that. I do think the longer cockpit was the right idea. Yeah, because I guess now that I'm looking back on it, like a lot of naval aviation did have those longer cockpits, didn't they? Oh, we should probably... Let's not fully ruin you, but let's control surfaces. Oh yeah, right, I was just complaining about this earlier, how it doesn't work how I thought it would. Let's do this. Except... color 4, please. There we go. And then we can put you here. Then we can just do you here, you here. And then we can still have a little bit of shape in back here with the slopes. Okay, that looks pretty decent. Hey, sir. You only need 1? Yeah, okay. Why are you stacking 4 pivots? Honestly, I don't use the custom pivots very often, so I wasn't sure how they worked. I've just always done it like that because I'm used to the old system. So you're saying I only needed the 1 pivot? Oh yeah, that makes sense, I guess. But he is upside down. There we go. So you're saying just do this. Oh yeah, okay, neat. Honestly, did not know that. There we go, put you here now. Because normally what I'll do is I'll have Potek go like look over stuff afterwards as well. And then I guess he just normally catches stuff like that and didn't tell me. Why not use the lawn pivot? Because the lawn pivot, okay, so my issue with the lawn pivot is this right here, right? So the 2-meter pivot here. It just doesn't look right because... Oh, wait. No, I was thinking this one where it faces the wrong way. No. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Oh yeah, no, that was my issue, is that the rounded side was pointing forward. That was my issue last time with it. I was explaining this to chat earlier and then I fucked it up. Alright, there we go. I don't like that the forward part of it is the rounded part. Ashley's got a moment, true. Like, that's the part that I wasn't really liking, because this one's flat still, whereas this one isn't. Hey, Q. Is this something you're about to tell me I can change? Move pivot forward. Deco? I could deco it. Shift the pivot axis forward. I did not know I could do that. Where? Axis offset. Oh, neat. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't built planes in like a few years, so that's actually pretty cool. I like that. Thank you guys. Alrighty. Yeah, that does look much better. Don't tell me you didn't know. Carb, there are so many fins in this game I don't know because of how long it's been since I really got into it. Unk's still on Dead Blades. I know, props I did take the time to learn. But a lot of the stuff, if I don't do it, I don't take the time to learn it, right? Because like, when was the last time I really worried about planes? Alright, so we can swap these ones out as well then. Do the same idea up here. Low fever, the cat is enjoying it. Oh, nice. You'd offset the flaps back to give them a gap. I kind of like having the offset forward here, actually. Makes them blend in a little bit better with it. And the half-meter offset forward there. And then it also still splits them out there. Yeah, that works. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this. This is looking pretty good. I'll probably take some time to refine it later as well, but go from there. And then like in here, for example, I think this is why I wanted the 5 offset here, because this angle here kind of looks bad. Happy little 2-seater? Yeah. He has the Duster missile, so that all part works. This is a good Quicksilver fan build. Quicksilver? The Scrocco looks back so hard this turn. I still feel like there's more we can do. But, like, I'm kind of happy with how the engine is, so I don't want to touch that too much. The nose, maybe I could probably refine a little bit. Maybe from the tail, and yeah, the winds seem a little steep. Yeah. So I think we'll go back down to the 5 angle. Go. Yeah, that looks a little bit better too, I think. And then you look at it from back here, that's also pretty good. Alright, so we'll have it rest at, we'll have it usable at the 5-meter angle. We'll have it rest with the folded position, I think. Nose would need a radial engine. Yeah, that's not something I'm willing to redo right now. I'm inclined to agree, I just don't want to do that right now. Alright, so let's make you a little bit... Yeah, there we go. And then I have to redo the window if I do that. So what if instead of doing that, what if we just did a 3-meter instead, so I don't have to redo the window? There we go. Ah, I see what happened here, okay. That's not what I wanted. We can just put you in here, and then remember that I needed to have that mimic empty on this side. Then remember that this actually has to go this way. There we go. Okay, that solves all that back there. And just up front here, we do this, and this. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, and that makes his nose look a little bit more, I just think radial will be looking nice. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think radial, I do agree with you, because I think a lot of, like, the Shrike used to have a radial, I think, and then I think Pathos took Rose engines for it instead of mine. So I'm pretty sure for my original Shrike rebuild, I had the radial engine, like I based it off the Mosquito, right? Was it radial? I don't remember now. It was so long ago. You put a guard turboprop. Look, let's assume that we're not. Let's assume that the Deepwater Guard, you know, Fitzgerald doesn't want to spend too much money on this. Okay, guys. Let's assume that. I gotta redo the tail still. That's what I gotta do. Oh yeah, there's already so much to do. Alright. Oh, you know why? I think I know why because I didn't like the way the wood wedges looked here. Now, I could do this all out of metal, but that would... Yeah, because I didn't like it up here either. Ah. Do I deco it? We're at just shy of 100 decos on 271 blocks. I don't particularly want to deco that. No, that's fine. It's... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, like deco one side compared to texture. Because I don't want to use the wood wedges, because the wood wedge texture is disgusting. But it can't be remapped, because I already asked the devs about that. So we would require this here. There we go. Yeah, and then that means it's tough to get our... Yeah, because even over here is going to be weird to get it in. So honestly, I think I do want the wood texture there. You know, and then I'll just have to do like something weird like this. One second, I think I know how we get this to work. There we go. And then I can do a square corner here. Oh no, that's still part of the slope. I'm going to do that. I have to add it in here, but no. I think the 2 meter slope there works fine. I'm just trying to avoid the too much metal usage on this. That's the biggest issue. The redder it looks fat. Which wood triangles are? Oh, these ones? I see what you mean, but also I'm like, I feel like it needs some more structure back here. It's the same as with the cockpit up front, right? Like I want it to have a little bit of structure. Like, I feel like it needs something, because like the bare wood here from the wedges is probably what's messing me up, I think. Because texture-wise, it just doesn't, like, I prefer the metal texture here. You know what? If I'm decoing the wedges on the sides here anyway, I might as well deco the wedge up there as well, and that will fix that issue. Deco brace wires, yeah, maybe. All right. God, I love Outer Wilds music. It's so good. They did not have to go this hard on the soundtrack, but they did. Yeah, because I do like that better than the wedges. I hate this wedge texture is the issue. I hate Outer Wilds. That's crazy. Alright, and then if we just do this. Yeah, quite a bit to the deco count, but you know what? It's the only way we're gonna get this texture here. So that technically that technically lists it as efficient. Which I'll take. Yeah, and that looks way better than the old wedge anyway. I only play from the depths. Alright, Moonpa. Okay. Oh, now of course it's the up-down scale. The last one is up-down scale. I see how it is. Alright, those wedges look better at least. At the back, that's fine. Alright, that works. He feels like a proper plan. But a wedge blocks exists. Because the wedge block texture for wood is this carb. And it looks bad. Oh shit, wrong one. The wooden wedge just looks like shit. If I put too much metal, then it's gonna be too much metal if I make it metal. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, because I've asked Sean if we could swap it out before, and he said that it's just how the texture map works, so we can't swap it. So that's why I'm doing that with both of these, is because I want these to be wedges. So like technically this right here for aerodynamics should be a wedge actually. Which does actually look better on the aerodynamics map. Yeah. So like it works aerodynamically, but it just doesn't work aesthetically. So I'm okay with having a little bit extra deco there if it means it looks good. And like stuff where I'm decoing for texture, so like, you know, this deco here that changes the paint, I'm okay with extra decos on a craft if it's just texture and stuff. If you're decoing something, you know, like say let's say the entirety of the tailwind here was decoed, I'd be like, okay, that's a little bit excessive, right? But if it's just this, then I'm okay with it. Now that I'm talking about that, maybe this here should be metal. There we go. Just so the texture's a little bit more consistent there. Alright. I would say that's alright. And then can I deco hide spin blocks yet? Is this something I can do? I actually don't know. I don't know if that was changed or not. No. If I put it on the spin block itself. Ah, I see. Okay, so let's switch you to an empty deco. And then we'll put the deco on the main part of the hull. So we don't have those massive hinges there. There we go. And then we can figure out how we want to have the folding winds later. Hey, Warl, it's good to see you. And then stretch the flap to hide it. Yeah, I've never, oh, maybe it was pistons I was thinking, but you couldn't, deco hide. There we go. Hey, look at that, it even goes on the pivot too, that looks great. And then what we can do is we can put a wooden pole at the pivot point. So let's take you, paint you trim. Make you, like, let's say half-sized, I think that works. Hey, how have you been, Warl? It's good to see you, dude. And then you're on the pivot, which is not great. So let's not put you there, actually. Let's put you here. I gotta sneeze 1 second. What about steam tanks for pivot details? I don't see why I would need that. I did not say that, Moonpaw. Moonpaw said that they hate, Outer Wilds, whereas I said I've been loving Outer Wilds lately. Also, Lavadome, good to see you as well. How have you been? Tons of the old guard coming in today, I see. Alright, let's put you here-ish. Then we just extend you forward and back. And then we'll rotate it up and see how it looks pivoted. Also, I don't need it that long. What am I doing? I don't need it like 1.25. Okay, never mind. Maybe I did need it that long. 1.5, please. 1.4, and then just have it here-ish. Because I don't want it sticking out the front of the wedge, obviously. Which it is right now. Oh, that works. Okay. Close enough for now. And then we just make sure it's raised up a little bit so that when the winds are raised, it doesn't look like they're just sticking out the bottom there. Let's have it halfway through the pivot. Alright, that works. That's not what I wanted. Shit. Ah, I hate this. Show me where it's actually anchored to, not where, damn it. Alright, there we go. So now, if I were to pivot you up, -110, you pivot correctly? No. No, you do not. You have to be much bigger. But you do cause us to spiral out of control, which is curious. I'm not surprised by this. There you go, level out. Hey, he can recover from a spiral, though. That's good. Dwarf Fortress mostly, as I've heard about it a lot. Oh, nice! I love Dwarf Fortress. On the spin block side of the win? Yeah. I will say, though, I think that will be a later... No, that will be done at a later date. I'll grab Quarry and a VC and we can work on the hinge. That feels like it's something that I'm going to need a second set of eyes for. I'm happy with where this is right now, but I can save this as is right now. Save over the old one. There we go. This is definitely a marked improvement. How are we doing for time? We're at 2 hours 40. How many roasts do we have today? How many roasts do we have today? I don't think we have too many, do we? No, we don't have too many. Okay, I can go a little bit longer then. Alright, in that case, let's work on some of the Everplanes. So I think the Sirocco I'm happy with. Then we can just greeble it as time goes on. Still looks good from the... Oh, no, put me back in the cockpit, please. Put this pilot back where he came from, or so help me. There we go. A little short, but... Look at that. That works pretty well. That looks pretty good. It's like, because like, imagine if you're, oh, I need to fix the hole in the roof. Imagine if you're a new player, right? And so for all the planes for Deepwater Guard, what I want to do is I want to have it where the default camera goes into the cockpit like this. So that, say, a new player pulls one out, they can quickly come into the cockpit here and then fly it around like that. Alright, I'm happy with that. Let's save you, because I think that's something we need to do more of. I don't know if Garb is still here or not, but I think that's something we need to do more of, is we need to have, like, actually intentional camera points on some of the craft. And I think that could help a lot with the build. Alright, the Falkenheim now. I like the general idea of what we had going. I think we just need to widen it out like Carb said, instead of keeping it consistent the entire way. And I think we need to, honestly, a lot of the exterior details I'm actually happy with. Like, I love the tail assembly. I love, like, the tail gunner. I love the engines need work, obviously, but imagine if they were finished. The little mast up here is a nice little touch, I feel, for Deepwater Guard, but maybe make it shorter. The catwalk up top being asymmetric, I'm quite happy with. And then the hangers obviously just need their doors down here, but... Because I drew it? Yeah. See the big nose and grouchy mouth instead of a bird beak. Yeah, I'll be refining that as well. But honestly, it is kind of funny to me just seeing it as... I do see it, and I think having either or is kind of funny, actually. I think that could be really interesting. When did I do that drawing? I don't know. Probably a year ago. Would have been 2025 for sure. And then I want to keep the fast firing guns that the Falkenheim has right now. And then is there anything else I want to keep on this? I could probably segment out the hangers a little bit better so they don't have that curve in them. Have blinds in the cockpit that look like feathers. I don't think we need to go that far. That feels like excessive. Pole armor? It was in an older update, don't worry about it. Pole armor works for smaller volume stuff. I was talking with Potat about it, but this one is large enough I can get away with slopes, I feel. So how much volume are we at? 6,000, okay. How much is the current Falkenheim? Because I would like to keep it a little bit smaller if possible. I don't want to balloon too far past the Falkenheim's current. Yeah, we're already 2k over. Okay. It's like, I want to update it, yes, but I don't want to make it massive, right? So we know that we need... So with the folded wings, we need the hangers to at least be 13 wide. All right, we have a choice right now. We can either rebuild some of the Everplanes, or we can work on the Falkenheim. Restarting the Falkenheim. What do we particularly want to do right now? That's the man. Give me the packing station, please. Thank you. All right, there we go. Falky, please. Yeah, maybe. Invisible trust codons, but you don't see using those. Ew. Invisible trust codons. But keep in mind also that pulls are allowed in campaign. I don't think invisible trust is allowed in campaign. All right. Be gone, Duster. You can head up too for now. And then, where did that Sirocco go? I'm gonna keep him flying in the background for morale. Go, my little guy. Look at him go. How fast does he go, actually? Because I feel like he's going a little bit slower. 95. Oh, that's actually not bad. That's faster than all my Everplanes so far. What the hell? Is that faster than the Racer Build? No, the Racer Build goes like 110, doesn't it? No, that's faster than the Razor. Okay, we're gonna have to redo the Razor Build. Alright, well, I know what we're gonna do, then. We're redoing the Razor Build because he's slower than the Sirocco, and we can't have that. Look at him go! Whee! I think it's just because the Sirocco has a bigger prop. I have to change that, but I prefer the trifold tail of the old Falc because there's no bottom fin to get in the way of the plane stocking. That's not too late to change. Keep in mind that I'm gonna be doing a fresh rebuild of the Falc here, so I can always make it a trifold. The only issue then would be the bottom mounted props, but we can probably move those. Or I can just go back to the two prop system. Razor Bill has idle power limitations, so when he speeds up in battle, Mr. Did I put those on him? I built the Razor Bill back in like 2022, so I genuinely do not remember. I'm at the point now where some of my olds are built enough, or some of my builds are old enough, and I'm like, did I do that? I don't remember that. Right, let's see if he speeds up. Come on, you. There we go. He does not speed up. But that was in fact a lie. No, I think the Razor Bill is just dog shit, and we have to rebuild him. No, it's not that I was too unk to know that. It's the fact that it didn't happen. So my olds are built enough, true. But it was some Everplane, probably. But it wasn't the Razor Bill. Alright, well I guess we're rebuilding the Razor Bill next. Alright, you get down here. Alrighty. Oh, look at him flying around for morale. It's actually, you know, having like maybe, oh, if I could fit it, 2 Razor Bills and a Sirocco would be pretty fun to have. But I think just 2 Siroccos will be the idea for the Falkenheim. Keep it simple, keep it easy to work with and to maintain in the future. You know what I mean? Lynn, thank you for the care package. All right, I feel like okay, we'll do the Falky at a later time. I feel like redoing the Razor build right now because that's a fast little build we can do right now. Okay, the engine. I'm okay with the engine. What could I redo on him to make him a little bit better? Nards definitely need to be redone. The winds could definitely be redone. Make it long? Oh, but he's supposed to be a little guy. He's such a little guy, though. Let's grab the Sirocco for comparison, because I think the Sirocco actually makes him, like, very... Yeah, because the Sirocco is a little bit bigger than the Duster. But honestly, just stealing the Sirocco's wins and putting it on the Razor Bill and have the Razor Bill fold up, too, is an idea. Because the Razor Bill is meant to be like the latest in Fitzgerald's fighter technology. Looks pretty good as is, to be honest. There's just some small like details that I want to redo, like the flaps at the wings and whatnot. Stuff like that, right? And the canards, of course. And honestly, if I make him a little bit bigger, so we can fit more APS in on him. Because like his APS isn't the best right now, but that's also like 2022 APS. Like he's old enough that he doesn't even have missile decos. That's how old this little guy is. Add rigging? Maybe, we'll see. Actually, does he still have my laptop tag? Or is he... Yeah, that's still my laptop tag. Wow, that's how old he is. He was built on my laptop. I haven't used my laptop since 2023 when it broke. Can't really make a suggestion for improvement here. Honestly, I think maybe just having a little bit more side cockpit. So just add an extra block here. Okay, one second. Let me build this out. So let's do, because I think Neko was right when he said that naval aviation does have those a little bit elongated cockpits, and I'd like to be able to I'd like to be able to have those. All right, so the race. Very cool game, thank you. Forgot the backspace. And then we'll do free at the front. There we go. Okay. Yeah, because I will say this, like, no, I'm kind of with you, Carper. It's like, I know the Sirocco looks better than the Razorbill. I just don't know how I would improve the Razorbill. But let's try anyway, because I want to have a fun little project right now. And plus, it lets me procrastinate on working on the Falkenheimer the Frigate Bird. And oh boy, do I love procrastinating those projects. I do like the back here, where it kind of comes off with the slope there. Ugh, not like that. Go. Then instead of doing a 4-meter offset, let's do the 3-meter offset like this. Then I go to work. I have good work. Neko so often in English context because Neko Boy Blue is his name. So Neko is what I call him. Use round decos on the canopy. Oh, I know what you mean by round decos. I forgot those were added. So you're saying use the I don't know what. When you were saying round earlier, I was trying to remember what. Oh, that's. What are they called in deco menu again? I don't use them very often. Quarter pole. Oh, that's negative. My only issue with that is that's gonna feel too rounded. Because I've talked about it before, where like being a voxel game, I don't want to make it too rounded. You know what I mean? But I could do like a little. I don't think that would fit here, honestly. Not specifically about Neko. No, I'm talking in Twitch chat currently. Yeah, no, it's because there's one of my friends is called Neko Munpa. That's the only real reason. Quarter sphere is actually an eighth sphere. Oh, yeah, that would make sense because it's a quarter of a quarter. Or it's half. It's only the corners instead of a quarter. Stretching out. I'm trying to think right now of how would. Like, I like this shape that the current Razorbill has. And then the little bit of elongated glass to reduce some of the curviness at the back. Gives it a little bit more squareness, which makes it feel a little bit better. Oh yeah, the Falcon. I was like, why are you so far out? Get back here. Oppenheim, right. Then that goes straight down into the engine block, which I'm sure I can honestly just copy over. Actually, maybe we redo it, because I feel like this was just an injector brick back in the day, wasn't it? Yes. Yes, it was. Dear Lord. Okay, yeah, we can definitely improve that a little bit, I feel. And then... Oh, this poor little guy. What did we do? Oh, God, the 2022 APS Tetris. I think, was it Potet or Spidicy who did this? Or was it Paphos? May have been Paphos. I don't remember, but... This can definitely be improved, I'll put it that way. That could definitely be improved. Sharp slope forward, but rounded sides of the canopy. I feel like that results in a lot of deco work, doesn't it, though? And like I said, like, I don't know if Deepwater Guard is the faction where we want to have those rounded off corners. Because Deepwater Guard to me always feels like, you know, the scrappy and less refined. And the deck, like the poles and all that would feel very refined, I feel. Like the canopy like that. I understand what you mean, Carb, I just don't know if it works necessarily right now. Not needing the FCC is nice, though, because it means I have more room in the back here. Okay. No, I'm not generalizing toxin team chat. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. That's enough out of y'all. Alright, so we keep this back here, because I do like the general shape here. And then we just make the engine a little bit longer this time, so it's not as silly. So that gets us our further limit back. Then again, we could probably... Again, I wish I had a triangle-based offset like this. You can improve your racer build by insuring it with Geico. This is true. This is very true. What are you doing here? God, triangle back offset would be so nice right now. Because looking at how we did this, I do want to stop going towards like this. I want the offset style. I just don't want to have to do the 2 square fuselage again. Honestly, maybe I just suck it up and do the metal here, like we did last time, right? This one's not going to be a 2-seater. This is going to be a 1-seater. Okay. Because I want to have the Sirocco as kind of like a design guide for the Everfree carrier planes now. Because I feel like that would just keep it consistent, keep it nice, keep it simple, stupid. So maybe, honestly, we just, instead of the offsets, we just do the longer slopes like what we did last time, right? So let's put in one metal here, and then, actually, I don't even think that needs to be a longer slope. I think that's just, yeah, 4 meter. And then do I just make it metal? Because they would use a lot more metal on this style of craft. Gets us the same end result at the back. So it does mean we have a little bit less room in the on the inside for internals for the engine. Whatever. That's fine. I'll make it longer and then... Okay, I'm going to make it a little bit longer, so that we still have some room for internals. Let's do, like... Yay big, I think. Oh, how long is the Sirocco? 24. Reasonable is 22. So we don't exactly have a lot of room to work with here in terms of extending it out anymore. But maybe I can recover that room at the front, right? The longer build, true. Where's inner monologue of, You sound so disillusioned your avatar gave up for a moment. Yeah, he does that. That's like everyone on Mecha Boys channel doing a co-op stream. What do you mean? Neko does weekly events with his friends. Like there's Bone 2sec and a Voxel right now doing Across the Obelisk. This is like a weekly event, Winpa. Okay, so take that in there. What if we just also do 4 meter? No, because the 4 meter on the bottom side wouldn't work. We can do that. I kind of like how we had it. I like the shape of the bottom here, and then we can do this. But I do like that part, keeping that part. I haven't noticed. Yeah, no, this has been going on for like at least since the summer. Munpa opening her eyes challenge and possible difficulty. Alright, and then that's the bottom side of there, so... Oh, that's gonna be annoying, isn't it? No, the bottom side being a little bit more squared off is still fine, because we did that on the Sirocco. No, we did not. Shit. Ugh. Okay, I guess we'll rework it. How do I? Because how tall are these builds usually? About 4 blocks, yeah? This one's also already about 4 blocks. Okay, you know what? We're going to keep it as we had it, and then we can... Well, I guess we could just do this, actually. But it would feel a little bit boring. But maybe that's what we need, and then we can add the exciting stuff on the winds and whatnot. I don't think the Razor Bill is going to need the fold-in winds. So that part's fine, at least. And where does that bottom curve start? It starts just at the first block of the cockpit. Okay. So let's actually take you. There we go. Then we'll do 4 meter one here, and then we'll go into a 3 meter. Have it curve up, right? See, this is why I haven't rebuilt the Razor Bill yet, because it is remarkably hard to rebuild. Okay, I already did a 4 into a 3 into a 4. Oh, that's for the canards there. Okay, I was going, why did I do that? No, that makes sense. So that should just be 4, 4, 4. Okay. I think the sharp one will be more aerodynamic anyway, yeah. Ah, I see what happened here. All right, let's put you in there. And I would actually like to have you offset a little bit forward, so we don't have it fully messed up. Move you backwards a little bit. Let's put you in here. And then obviously we have the nose go down, and then the bottom one will be the APS. Okay, I remember how we're supposed to do this. Yeah, because I remember it was a little bit weird designing it the first time because of this. And then actually, I can actually get quite a bit of land here, because I do want to have a little bit of room in front of the cockpit. So let's replicate that again. Let's remember mirror mode. That would be nice to have. That makes us what, 19 long? Assuming the prop, we have the engine part sticking out, and the prop, that makes us 21 long. What's our length limit again? 24, 22. Turns out minimal blocks means minimal options. Yeah, there's really only so many ways we can do this, huh? Crazy. Yeah, let's put you. Grab you. You know what? I'm starting to realize why I did an injector brick last time. I get it now. All right. Well, yeah. I guess we're going back to the good old injector brick. Well, to be fair, this one's not going to be ever operating on its own. It's going to always have the Tortuga there, so I actually don't mind this one being inefficient because it has the larger resource carrier behind it. There we go. And then... Okay, so we somehow made our Razor Bill 1 shorter, which is not what I wanted to do. Can't be efficient and this small, yeah. Yeah, that is the issue, isn't it? What am I looking for? Prop up. Go. Actually, I think we want to have it one. Yeah, okay, that's what made it 22 long the first time. Let's say our limit is 24 long. Give us a little bit more room for the APS. And then we'll go from there. You can scale them up just a wee bit, you know? Let's say you go here. You come here. You want you offset still. Then we can move you forward. And that gives us more, yeah, that gives us more plane behind. Because right now the plane feels almost bullpupped. Which, while funny, is not exactly what I want, unfortunately. Let's make sure we keep you painted so I know where you are. There we go. And then this way we can get that long curve in, like how we had it on the Sirocco. Because I think a 6-meter curve is rather nice. Let's do 3 meters from here. I do want the metal wedge again, like we had last time. And that fits almost perfectly, which is nice. And then, I guess we can do a 4 meter. Pretty extra health. It's not gonna hurt anyone. And then there we go. Okay. That feels a little bit better. Longest build. You don't need that much power, do you? We will see is the answer. I actually don't know. How much power does the old Razor Bill have? 864 isn't bad. Oh, did I only do 2? Oh, I may have only done 2 injectors. That's why. No, I did 4. No, it's just exhaust on the side. Oh, I see how I did this. Oh, not gonna lie, I'm kind of intelligent for that one. No, it doesn't work, because I have to have the crankshaft, no? No, you're not connected. How did I do this last time? How did I do this last time? Because that connects like that. Did I do it out the side, maybe? Like... Why are you not connected, Mr. Crankshaft? But I got the... Okay, there we go. Now you're connected. And then you go this way. There we go. I swear to God, every time the cylinder's always... You don't need the shaft? Okay, I guess. I will say, the crankshafts, the rotation on them always fucks with me. Doesn't help that I'm working with everything in bright pink right now, but... Yeah, because this is how I would have done it, and then just had the 2 exhausts out it. Which, I think I just had go straight out, didn't I? Alright. It was slow? Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, do I have to worry if it was slow or not? Because was it maxing out power last time and that's why it was slow? Let's diagnose that first. This doesn't even max out the power. Oh no, it does. Okay, I see what happens. What was the issue with it actually? 86 meters a second is the highest. Yeah, so I do want more engine power then. Alright. Let's rework the engine then. Maybe just have one exhaust and just have another injector, honestly. Could be an idea. Then we can just put the fuel behind it here. What fuel do we need anyway? That's a little bit more than we need. That works. That gives us 1.2k. Crank on the shaft and do 4. Yeah, not enough cooling, it can overheat. Even with the exhaust there. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's problematic, isn't it? Yeah, because I don't think I need much more power than this. Just wondered if maybe there's a better way to do this. Oh well, figure it out later. 4 pistons, 4 exhausts, 4 injectors. That's what I had before, and that's gonna be way too much power is the issue. That's what we had before, remember? Like, I really don't think we need that much power. Let's do 4 here. That should be trim. And then detail. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4. Go. Oh, let's just quickly go grab. Where's the old razor? Okay, you know what? It's fine. We'll just grab the Sirocco's. Design, because I'm pretty sure the Sirocco just stole it from the Shrike. Or like I've just cannibalized my propeller styles every time, honestly. Like, it doesn't matter what propeller it is, it always gets cannibalized. Signal jammer to use up the unused power. I don't think I really need that though. Loving the shaft talk, keep it up. Oh my god, Connie. Just 4 pistons, 2 injectors, and 2 exhausts. I don't know, that still feels excessive. It's like, I really don't think we need that much power. You know? Talking about excessive as well. Let's actually move you back by 1. I'll keep messing around with this, of course, but... God, I love Outer Wilds music. It's so good. Okay. There we go. Alright. You at 2 scale. Let's get you in here. All right, you're at a 4 meter slope. Let's put you at 1.5 scale then. I was like, why is that so much longer than it should be? Yeah, and that should probably be purple as well. All right, and then just you down here, my friend. You're also at 1.5. There we go. All right, so 6 meter slope going out back works. I quite like that, actually. I think longer build does work. And then plus this way we're standardizing all the planes to be the same size for the carriers. So this will work quite nicely. 3 meter? It's a 6 meter slope. I used the 4 meters there instead of the 3 meters because it's more health. No reason not to. Which reminds me, I should probably do that over here as well. I used the 3 meters here when I should have used 4 meters. Same with down here. And apparently never filled in the gap? Mind the gap? Oh, you know what? I think I removed it when I did... Yeah, I removed it when I did the metal back here. That's what happened. All right. There we go. And then just do it on this side as well. All right, and then we just remember to save the Sirocco. All right. That I'm pretty happy with. Then I still need to redo the cockpit, but that's another day. I don't feel like doing fine deco work right now. I've accidentally removed the attachment point. No? What are you talking about? Why is the rigging? Oh, the rigging. Yes, okay. Yes, I did remove the attachment point. There we go. I was very confused what you meant there for a second, because I thought you were talking about the attachment point for the decos. And that's why I was confused there. Alright, there we go. Alright, back to you, Razor Billiam. Because we're using his elongated name now. Alright. Honestly, I still think I kind of want to have it like slope into a 3 meter one here. I'm not sure. No, let's keep it at 4 meter. Keep it at 4 meter for now. Repaint wings. There we go. And then do we want to do a similar like lower wind mount like how we did on the one? I will save this as Razor Bill 2. Bill. We'll just call him Razor Billiam. Alright. And then we have the Naval Aviation Cockpit, which I'm happy with. A little insecure, but it's freaking... Yeah, leave the Sirocco alone. He's just a little guy. Okay. Now, do we do a low... I kind of like the lower mounted winds. We don't necessarily need to spin block these ones for the Razor Bill, but I do like the idea of having them lower mounted again. Because the Razor Bill, like the old Razor Bill didn't really do much to mess around with them anyway, right? So let's say we put those here. A little bit back here I think wouldn't hurt anyone. What is? There we go. Then we can just copy paste how we had them last time too. So that works perfectly a-okay. Then we have you here. Yeah, because we still need room for the canards at the front. That all works. Let's quickly move you forward so you don't look out of place. Actually, that's down below, so that should actually be unpainted. There we go. Because the winds are really going to be how we want to mess around here. So we can... Actually, what if we just do the same winds we have on the Sirocco, honestly? So 4 flat, then what is that? 3, 2, 2, 1. So... God, I love the music in this. It's such a good game. And then here, we just go straight to radiators. And then 2, 2, 1. Oh wow, look at that. We almost actually had it perfectly. Now, the issue is that I don't think that works as well. I think we kind of need the flatter edge winds for this one. Yeah, this definitely doesn't work as well as it did on the Sirocco. How does the... Yeah, I think the thinner winds are the better idea for this one. So what if instead of doing... What if we did... so we do the 4. I think we still keep the 4 straight across, just for the sake of consistency between the style. Put you here. And then maybe do something like this. Does that make sense? And then do I want the winds to be behind the cockpit? Is that how it was on the Razor Bill? The winds start off at the last block of the cockpit. So I actually do want it. Okay, so I can move it 1 back then. Which, honestly, that works for me. Because then, that matches up perfectly how we want it over here. So we still get those lower mounted, like, aviational winds. Combined with the fact that... Okay, I'm happy with that. I can work with that, I think. Then just put it up here, and then this can just be the metal little wingtip. There we go. Just a little guy. And it still feels a little bit flatter than how he would have otherwise. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. Put you in there. I almost kind of want this to be metal if it wasn't for the fact that. How wide are we right now? We're 31 wide. Ooh, that's a little bit too wide. Let's bring you in a little bit, buddy. We can do 2 free meters back to back, I think. There we go. Yeah, because at least now you're 29, which is the same as the Sirocco. I would really appreciate if we had the consistency with all the carrier planes, so I don't have to like build different size hangars. Though these ones being fixed wing aircraft, I don't have to worry about it as much. And actually, we can probably bring him in a little bit more too, because he's the push prop. I feel like those normally have like a little bit shorter wings, no? Or am I just coping? I might just be coping. I feel like Lawn Wind Razorbill feels off. There we go. Like, I still want, yeah, I think that is the best look. And then put the missile hard points. Okay. We're killing them with hammers. I do want those vertical stabilizers on the winds. I wonder, maybe the wind mountains that's throwing me off here. Is it just because it's further down, I wonder? I'm unsure. But that's a problem for an hour. That's a problem for an hour, Roastin. That's not a problem for today's Roastin. Alright, so we want the bit here. And then we want the control surface. Where are you? Go. You purple. And then just have you come out here. And this obviously can be detailed. Those are control surfaces, not winds. There we go. Alrighty, there we go. One of the 4-meter one there, please. Thank you. Alright, and then the rest of these can just be regular. Go. And then in here can be the ailerons, of course. Yep, we have our flaps, we have our ailerons. I want my vertical stabilizers in here. That's meant to be the other way around, isn't it? Oh, do I have to put them upside down? That's gonna suck if I have to put them upside down. Missile strut. That's just any strut. Okay. Let's just put the wood block here. How did we do it on the other one? We did. Yeah, that was a little bit messy. I don't want to do that again. I do like this back part here, though, so we'll do that again. Oh god, it's because we had the... Yeah, okay, it's because we did it like that. Ugh, okay. Well, you know what, we have the slope here, so we can just have it match the slope. That works fine enough. Alright. Also, listening to the Outer Wilds, I wish I could play Outer Wilds for the first time again. Because, goddamn, was that a good game. Like, it was genuinely one of... I think that was probably the most fun part about my birthday, was just getting to play Outer Wilds with you guys. And I'm, like, super happy that no one spoiled it. just figuring everything out as we went along was so much fun. Yeah. You can play FTD. Honestly, I'm gonna say I don't think FTD is a game I want to play for the first time again. Truth be told, FTD is not a game I'd want to play for the first time again. I think I've played FTD for the first time too many times. Alright. Honestly, I'm not a fan of this metal being here. But I obviously need metal at the end there, so... Yeah, how'd I do that? That's annoying. Oh well, whatever. Worry about that later. And back here, we add the crankshaft, I think, and then we can just put 2 radiators off to the side for cooling, though. Hey, there we go. Now it's cool enough. Alright, we fixed the cooling issue with our little injector brick. I'm happy. Alright, gives us enough fuel. Still have 1.2k power. Should be more than fast enough. What's your clearance looking? 87% clearance? That's not bad. I can deal with that. I can live with that. That's not bad. No, I want to play it again, not for the first time. Oh, okay. Well, why don't you just boot it up? Easy. Shrimple even. Okay, we could. No, I think we keep the bottom rounded like how we have on the Sirocco. As much as it pains me, because to me the razor bill should absolutely be a little bit square. We keep it rounded like that. But it feels like he's losing so much of his bulk and shaping. Yeah, I don't like that. I think he needs his bulk. Just a little bit as a treat, you know? Just having the non-square razor bill feels weird. Wear landing gear? Don't worry about it. We don't need to land where we're going with this guy. The landing gear will probably be in the winds. So yeah, he smited my laptop because I was talking shit about the USA Online. Is that what actually happened, or did you just spill coffee on it? Alright. Maybe I can do like a layer of oblique on the bottom to round it out. But like, I definitely need this guy to be a little bit more square in the Sirocco. Actually, do I guess? I guess not really. Maybe I am too blinded by my preconceived notions of what a razor bill should look like. Maybe the rounded bill is what we need. Could have also been that. So honestly, the more I look at this nose, the more I want it to be a 3 meter. Thank you. No, it doesn't look sharp enough. Never mind. How did I get this to work the first time, but now it's not working now? That's crazy to me. Because I have it inverted. That's why it looks bad. That's why it looks wrong to me. You're meant to be the 3 meter. Then we put the canards in there, and then you're the 4 meter. There we go. I knew I was doing something wrong. There we go. And then realized that we forgot to put in the goddamn mirror mode again. Swear to God, every day I build without mirror mode, I get closer to the melancholy. Alright, there we go. So we put the canards coming out of here. Is it just the winds are too bulky, maybe? How did we do the winds back here? That's, what, a frame meter into... Okay, that's just... Ay, okay. Put you here. And then we attach you as if this guy. Put your pivot points halfway up. Go. And then we just take you and put you like a vertical stabilizer. That works. And it still goes through the back of the hull here. Now, how hard would that be to deco something like that? That's a morph, don't want that. Where's my outside step? Here we are. No, that doesn't look right. I think we can replace the outside step with just having the slope there. Just have it go through like that. It needs to be sharp and scary. It's called Razor Bill, it needs to be sharp. This is true. It's not called the Razor Round, or the Round Bill. We'll keep them sharp, I guess. There we go, color 4 planes. Excuse me. Alright, so that looks about right. We got his little vertical stabilizers. Do I want to add more onto those? Because I know like we had like the whole outline port, but we don't really do that. But we also don't just have uncovered darts. This is tricky. I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty tricky. I think what we can do up at the front though is probably actually just keep this there, and then we can just take you here. That should be flat, right? And then we just have the corner behind him. That doesn't quite work how I'd want it to, does it? No, they... Ah, that's why we did it like that, so that the control surface would be in here. I see. Oh, there's the Kazoo version. Love that. I love it they added a Kazoo version. That was so silly and so funny to me. Hey, face the right way, pal. Yeah. And honestly, actually, I do kind of want to echo hide that, I think. Inverted corner left. That looks like that. Okay, so put you here. Hide mesh. And just offset you a little bit forward. Well, that didn't work, did it? I thought it should work, though. No, it did work. Okay, I just had it wrong, I guess. Did I not hide mesh the control surface pivot? Or is it because I offset it? No, that shouldn't affect anything. Can I just not hide it? No, it's hidden on this side. Forgot to apply it mirror. It's getting to that point in the stream where I'm losing it because I'm tired. We're starting to lose it, chat. Maybe it might honestly be time to head out then. Just maybe it's time we head out soon. I am starting to lose it and I'm very tired. Alright, so we paint you up purple as one does. Let me just quickly go grab Boink. I want to at least get the cockpit, or like the main aesthetics done today, and then we can do the APS in order. Hey, look at that. Yeah, knew it. No, I do like the new winds better, honestly. So I think maybe one. No, I think proportions-wise they kind of work where they are. I'm thinking like maybe one forward and then one less big, but like keep them like super small, right? Yeah, they're too wide right now. They are in fact too wide. Move you forward. Move you forward. Move you forward. Take you circle. Take you off. God damn it. Okay, let's make sure we're not painting you the wrong color, please. Like, as cool as they look wide, I just don't think it works. Which means I get to do... that doesn't work how I want it to, does it? Damn. Alright, so we can cut you down further then. Okay, we're back to 21 width. So all we've done now is make him longer than he is wide, which I guess makes sense because the old one was almost actually it was wider than it was long. What about you? Oh, we have the same. No, because the winds on here. We need the winds to be wider than the craft is long. I feel like that part is necessary. Because the whole point of doing push prop planes was to reduce the overall length of the craft, right? So. Yeah. What if instead then? What if we do a 4 into a 3 then? That puts us at 25. Okay, that's not bad. I think we can work with that. I think we can work with that quite well, actually. Yeah, okay, that looks a lot better. That looks a lot more like Razor Bill wins. And then here. Now there's just the wind mounts that do look a little bit flimsy with this style. So what we'll do instead then is we'll give them metal to make them look less flimsy. There we go. Yeah, that's starting to look a lot better. But do I want the winds that far forward? No, actually, I think the winds have to be further back. Like here instead. Put you guys there. You in here. Well, actually, we can take you out because we're gonna probably fill that with internals with APS. That puts the winds far enough back now. Do I like that? I'm unsure, admittedly. I'm wondering if maybe the 6 meters is too long.
Maybe we should go back down to the 4 meter. I think that's what we'll do. Because while it's nice to have that extra, how do you say, like, motion, I just don't think we need it. So if I were to do a 4 meter up here, that needs to be metal. And then, what if instead of having it meld into it, we could just do this? Just put you here. Move you back, move you back, move you back. You. Just put you in there. You know what? The double prop actually is an idea, but not right now. An idea for a different time. Okay, throw you out. Throw you out. Nope, still need you. There we go. And then we're looking at 84%. Okay, so I need to do one more on either side. And then at the top. And at the bottom. Asymmetric Y. Oh, just the bottom. Take one off all of them, actually. Yeah, 86% clearance is... How much clearance do we have on the old one? 83. Okay, so it is a clearance increase, at least. So our clearance sale is going good. Is that a Duster rebuild? Nick, you came bound to your location. Hey, Ray, how's it going? Hey, Soulboy. The Sirocco is the Duster Marine rebuild. So we gave it Tilted Winds. Which, honestly, now that I'm looking at the Razor Bill, I kind of want to give the Razor Bill a little bit of Tilted Winds as well. But the Razor Bill is actually going to spawn in large numbers on the Tortuga, and I don't want that many spin objects. Or sub-objects. Tilted winds? Yeah, so you can see how on the Sirocco we did a slight tilt in the winds. Because you can see exactly where it disconnects from the winds. And if you look at it from the tail, which is a straight piece, you'll see how the winds curve up slightly. I kind of want to do that with the Razor Bill as well. Because having the curved winds on Deepwater Guard could be a really fun little trait we could do. You know? Yeah, let's do it. Screw it. Who's gonna stop us? S3 Lore is currently in hell being beaten to death by the free lab reports I have to do every week. Oh no. That's not good. Gotcha. Purely aesthetic, or is there utility to have in aviation? In real life, it's something to do with aerodynamics and lift and whatnot. In game, it's purely aesthetics. Go. There we go. Okay. So let's finish up designing these winds, then we'll just slap them on there, and then we can give it like probably like a 3 to 5 degree tilt. I think would be pretty cool. And then just pray that whoever spawns in the Tortuga doesn't die immediately. Non-metaphorically. Well, honestly, worst case scenario, we just get told no, and then we just copy paste the non-spin block winds on it. Yeah, that's fine. Worst thing they can tell us is no. Some ailerons back here. We got our flaps. We'll have our vertical stabilizers here. So that way the vertical stabilizers are on the folding part or the angled. Ooh, do I want the vertical stabilizers on the angled part now that I think about it? Probably not, actually. Isn't this like the 15th Tortuga rebuild? Ah, yes. This, you're right. This is a Tortuga, slow boy. Behold, the Tortuga. Slow boy with the. Is this a butterfly? Is this a Tortuga? It's just a razor bow. Come on, slow boy. I expect better. Think, man. Think. Is a Tortuga a plane? No, Patrick. A Tortuga is not a plane. There we go. Yeah, then we're only doing like the slightest tilt here, so. Let's yoink this guy. Yoink. No, 1 second. Before we yoink. Clean him up a little bit. Then did I do the exact corners? I did. Okay. But yeah, basically we just did the Sirocco, which was a theoretical duster rebuild, and now I want to redo all the ever carrier planes so that they're about the same size and scale. So the razor bill is obviously a little bit smaller, but it's also meant to be an interceptor, so I don't mind that. And then we just go from there. The Sirocco is like... the cockpit kind of reminds me of a... Not a Dauntless, but what is it? The one with the A5, I want to say. What was the one dive bomber? A5 was the fighter. What was the one dive bomber that the Japanese had, where it had like the... Is it the Oscar? I don't remember. It's been so long since I played Battle Station specific. I think the one French naval bomber. Okay. I wouldn't know French naval aviation. Either way, I'm happy with it. It looks good. For something based off a Duster rebuild, I'm pretty happy with it. It was called insert Japanese text here. Insert kanji here. Okay, buddy. Okay, pal. All right, let's throw you down in here. Yeah, moving the winds back was definitely a good idea, I feel. Oh, I am in fact a sleepy little guy. Damn. Okay. You work there, you work all there. Yada yada yada, that all works. Back of the plane works. Alright. Let's put these guys into a slight tilt, shall we? Hello, you. Yes, Mr. Spin Block, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spin Block. Okay, now we do the same thing over here. There we go. Okay, and then what we can... Oh, you know what? Actually, that's actually going to work very well for us. Let's take those off. Let's put you back on. Let's delete all untethered blocks. We can put this here again because we did want to do this part like last time, remember? Put you there. Except not painted that color, please. Thank you. And then on the spin block, we just put mimic empty, of course. There we go. Hide, mimic empty. Actually, no, that one does need to be purple, doesn't it? That one totally needs to be purple. I am being silly. Because that's replacing the part of the wind pattern now. There we go. I kind of forgot about that, honestly. Because last time we didn't put the pivot inside. Oh, did I do that on the other one too? I did. Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
Ooh, hey Arrow, how's it going?
Arrow, we're rebuilding a bunch of our small carrier planes today. And we're doing fold-in winds, angled winds. It's a fun time, honestly. I'm having fun with this. There's a twin-engine fighter, actually. Oh, okay, cool. Duster, I hardly even... Oh, my God. Yeah, so the one that I used at the start of the short yesterday was over there. We've already reworked it. Where's my B button? There you go. So we just redid the cockpit and the winds today, so they fold upwards, which is very fun. Because that's going to be for the airship carrier. And then we have a few other ones, like the Razor Boat, which we're reworking today, which will be probably for the next short, honestly. Because what else do I have to do a short on? Oh, I just got the War for the Great Souvenir. What do we have left to do? We gotta do a Smoker. We gotta do the Felix at some point. Actually, now that the Felix is done, I can do that one, which is nice. Flying Squirrel, obviously. Frigate Bird once I get that done. Smoker, we gotta do Sea Lion. Did I do a Scoundrel already? I think I have. Tortuga, after it gets rebuilt. Tug of War, I'll have to do one on eventually, despite my distaste for it. And then I think just the Souvenir. Where's the Souvenir? Right? Oh, it's called Great Souvenir. Right. I forgot Abier renamed it. It was only meant to be the Souvenir, not the Great Souvenir, but Abier just made it great, and we're like, okay, cool, thanks, Abier. Abier has decided that the Souvenir will now be great. Do not resist. And plenty of Scoundrels, I'm sure. Oh, not too many, actually. You'd be surprised. Alright, tilt. Let's give him that 5-degree tilt. Let's give him, like, 3. Yeah, there we go. I think 3 is the right call here. Because then, like, see, it doesn't actually change too much from the side, unlike the 5-degree tilt. Look at that. That's just a little guy. I'm happy with that. You barely even tell that he was tilted. Unlike Arrow, you can always tell when they're tilted. Alright, let's put you in here. There we go. Should have done this before I put it on a spin block, but I wasn't thinking, so now I struggle. Go. Oh, that works. We had original mesh. Then we put the pivot forward by offset 5. That's not bad. Okay, you know what? This is actually starting to look pretty good. To us, Tilted Maytimer. This is true. I'm very expressive. Abier made Deep Underground great again, honestly. Hey, Era, what are you up to today? I'm curious. Let's put you in for now, just so we stop getting that pink error message. Thank you. And then maybe we'll have a rigging point from the pit, like the vertical stabilizers to the fuselage. Maybe? Yeah, I think that would work the best. Schedule keeps shifting because I'm picking up folks from the airport, but their plane keeps shifting schedules. Oh, we'll just land the plane. And then that way it won't shift anymore. That is shrimply what I would do. Why did I put the control surface on the spin block? I just realized that I don't need to do that because the control surface shouldn't be moving with the spin block. It should be staying on the stabilizer. It's a stabilizer. I hardly know her. God damn it. Every time. Alright, it's just gonna be one of those days. That's okay. Like I said, I'm tired today. We'll be ending stream after this. I might honestly just do roasts on Monday. Just let them pile up over the weekend. Because there's not really that many right now. And there's no point in doing roast if it's only gonna be like 4, right? We'll just raid out early, I think, and we'll be good to go. Well, I say early, we're already doing longer FTD streams than usual. There we go. Alright, so we got our stabilizers. I want to actually put that there? No. Oh, you know what? That does kind of look cool. Actually, yeah, I kind of prefer that, actually. Looking at that, I think that one actually works. Give them like little, like, sloped winds. You know what I mean? Then we have the little canards at the front. That works. The engine at the back. We can just copy that engine deco over for now, I think. Go. Oh, curious. Okay. I guess I had already accounted for the poll. Interesting. Prefab. There we go. And then, why are you... You, mister. Where's my pole? There you are. You're supposed to be one forward, aren't you? Huh, alright. Go backwards. Become trim. Hide original mesh. Yeah, we're no longer hiding the original mesh, I guess. Why not? Why are you like this game? How do you do this to me? Go. Paint you to be also trim. Very good. Detail. Sometimes this game, I tell you. Go. And last one down here. Alright. There we go. Watching some random guy's D&D TikTok and it had an arrow jump scare at the end. Oh yeah, no, where at home? Does that mean where? I think they meant where on TikTok. No, because it was actually on my Instagram. My friend sent me a video of a D&D video, and the person in the video mentions Arrow's false Hydra video, and it was really funny because he was like, "Holy shit, Arrow jump scare!" I was like, "Oh, crazy!" Wow. Alright, so we got the engine in. Then what we'll do is we'll paint these all detail. Did I have an injector down here? My injector. Hello? Oh yeah, I forgot to put you down here. What we'll actually do with you is have enough of you so that you don't yeah, so you don't leave any holes. There we go. Alright, that works. That works well enough. Oh no, I had to, how did... Ah, I see what happened there. Oh, hey, Borderwise, how's it going? What did you get up to today? Playing Noita, I see? I see what I did wrong here. Alright, so let's move you forward one. Sorry, I'm just quickly finishing some deco here, and then I will talk to y'all, and then I will raid out myself, actually. Because we're almost done today's video. Or today's stream, sorry. I've been so YouTube pilled lately. There we go, that's what I wanted. That looks more like the Razor Build engine. Yeah, we've been redesigning planes today. So we did a Duster rebuild into the Soraka, which will be replacing the Duster Marine on the Falkenheim. And then I'm just quickly doing a Razor Build rebuild, which will be replacing the old Razor Build on the new Tortuga, which will be coming soon, TM. We summoned Ghosts and Seas of Water. Oh, fun! Liquids. Oh, yeah. You border on my wise till I annoyed it. So true. We had a marginal success in Noida today. Marginal success. Oh, no. But hey, no, still, Noida's one of those games that you're always making progress, right? So that's always fun. Yeah, I was just finishing up the engine and I'm actually raiding up myself, so we'll do a little raid train, I think. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I'll be doing roasts on Monday. I'll just amalgamate all of them into one so we don't have to worry too much about it. And then I think we'll go from there. Ugh. You're always making progress? It never felt like that when I played it. Oh, well, just make more progress. Are you constantly learn the hard way? True. All right, let's switch to my little just chatting screen here. What to expect this week? I want to get my, I want to get a video out. I want to do Stellaris Archaeology only run, so I don't know when I'll do that, but some point in time I'll do that soon. And then I also will be finishing off the Deepwater Guard lore shorts. So that's the Felix I gotta do Felix, the Flying Squirrel, the Great Souvenir. What else is there? I'm sure I'll figure. Oh, and the Smoker. That's what I want to do this week. And then the Marlin, the Tortuga, and the Frigate Bird, and the Falkenheim will happen as I do them. I think that's fair. Aside from that, not much else. Is there anything you guys want to say before we head out? What does this wand do? Boom. True. Sleepy, man, you got a care package. It's based on how an accurate recreation of how it is to live in Finland. That's what a name is Finnish. Ah, I see. So imagine I have to do it every day. All right. Anyway, let's go right into Corbett. He's playing Factorio. I feel like watching the factory grow today. Aside from that, we'll do the usual stream safety inspection. Stream safety inspection with our little snoms. Yeah, we'll ask Corbett where his hard hat is, and then we'll go from there. Maybe make you a 69 bits, huge. We'll review your marriage more later. I'm not married to Raven. Purely because I don't want to have another divorce. We got divorced in 2024 from Neko, and then I'm sure 2025 included a divorce somewhere. I'm not getting divorced in 2026, which means I won't be married in 2026. But aside from that, thank you guys all so much for coming out today. It was a fun little stream, and I will see you all tomorrow for some Stellaris. I was going to do actually EU5 or Stellaris. I'll let you guys know when I go live. We'll see what I'm feeling. But it's going to be a Paradox game tomorrow at the very least. Anyway, have a good one. Bye-bye.